We're that irrelevant.
I mean, how many parties are this year?
27, as far as if I remember correctly.
How many of those had more than 3 seats?
I mean, more than 3 seats? Like, barely any. Like 10. I think we have 10 more than that. Alright, let me actually throw up some windows so people can see shit. We could just do it this way, maybe. There we go. Let's get rid of the text. So, pain is the TLDR of everything. Geert Wilders has resoundingly won this election by numbers that no one else saw coming. Let me actually grab the polls. Yeah, that's nice and blinding. So,
Nice.
to quickly go over the results, these are the results for party member counting. They haven't been tallied on a person by person basis, but that has no impact on the actual seat allocation. So that's no issue. I was actually playing Kom Susa Toad a little before with this beautiful background. Anyway, PVV is the biggest by far. 35 seats or 37 seats is some of the highest numbers that we've seen. I think we've had 40, a little higher than 40 with CDA a few years ago, a few elections ago, like 2010s or something. Nah,
somewhere in the middle
before
of
2000s, right? Yeah, Balkanenda got like 40 seats. But 37 is very high. Then you have the joint party of the Greens. Sorry, so this is the Freedom Party, just to do the proper English words. This is the Greens, the GL, and this is the Workers' Party. They had a joint list. Everyone expects them to actually fuse in the next year or so. VVD, which is the Neolibs, basically
rich this time.
Very big. Oh, see, so the thing with VVD is like they've lost 10 seats, which is definitely like.
It's impactful, but
it's very impactful. Like they're still a very big party. Don't think about that fusion. I might talk a bit about that later. But yeah, this is the first stream in like 6 months.
From out of left field.
Out of left field is Omtzigt with the chair, the new social contract.
Killing CDA in the process.
Yeah, so NSC was a party that was started by Omtzigt, Pieter Omtzigt, who is a very, very popular politician. You could sort of say he's center-right, but there's a lot more nuance to be held there. But he was very popular. He left the CDA, this party, and started his own party. And they were expected to be the really, really big winners, or at least vying for the top dog. But 20 seats is nothing to sneeze at. It definitely puts them in contention. A coalition will almost surely include them, which for a new party has happened before with LPF. It went really, really poorly. So, more about that later. D66, the Democrats, they heavily were punished. They were in the same boat that the Workers' Party were in a while ago, where they joined the VVD for a coalition. And surprise, surprise, the Neolibs do what Neolibs do and ruins people's lives. And the D66 kind of felt the impact of that. So they were heavily punished for doing that, for enabling their behavior. I have to add, they definitely did good in the coalition, right? They were a good influence on the Neolibs. That said, just because you make the punches less impactful doesn't mean they're not happening. So they were still, in my opinion, somewhat rightfully punished for that. Are you a fascist or a commie now? We'll get there in a little bit, somewhat. Yeah, so just also voice it. You can join the voice channel in my Discord, and I will drag you in if you want to ask questions or talk about it. So after DC, we have the Farmers Party, the Farmer Citizen
BBB.
movements, the Boer-Burgerbeweging. They are very interesting beasts, and they will become very relevant when we talk about the first chamber as well.
Yeah, but what you need to remember in this election is that they are a single issue party, and apparently the country has decided that this issue is not important this time.
I don't per se agree with that. The thing is that the BBB voters came from CDA a lot, but then they realized they kind of liked Omtzigt better, so then they switched all again to NSA. I'll show. I can actually show that real quick in the polls. So here, if we go to the trend for the BBB, where are you? Here. So this is on seats. So this is one they started at. They peaked at 32 at the high end. 29 average. That would be massive. And then out of nowhere, not really nowhere, you had Omtzigt come in, and you see their polls just tank. And then there's
left field. Omtzigt came in with a steel chair.
And then there are some other influences that I'll go about a bit later about why the PVV won so much. They got dumpstered even harder, and you can see CDA take a far less of a hit because all the voters from CDA all went to the Farmers Party. Yeah, you can join. Just join the general channel, and I'll drag you into the right one. So then we go to CDA, the Christian Democratic Appel, which is a fusion of some older parties. Hey there, Anderson. Yeah. Good evening. I'll finish my quick rundown of what all the parties are roughly, and then you can ask some questions.
Sometime in the 1980s or something, they fused together and formed this amalgamation of Christian-denominated parties.
But they're a center-right, slightly conservative Christian party who mostly were based in the farmlands, like the slightly outer regions. I've got alcohol already, Fusion. Don't worry, it might get worse later. So then we have the Socialist Party, which surprisingly, they're commies. They've never. 9 it's a pretty good result. Like, it's really nothing to sneeze at, but they've always been kind of in the annals. They're permanent opposition. Like, they're too far left wing for most parties to work with.
Nobody really likes their positions.
Yeah. Forum for Democracy, Forum for Democracy, Thierry Baudet. He is an utter nut job. He is like the conspiracy theories far right whack job. They had 8 seats. Sorry?
Isn't that Wilders or Wilders, how he's called?
No, Wilders is PVV. He's the Freedom Party.
Yeah, but you said the right-wing nut job, right? Isn't that the same thing?
There's multiple.
Geert is just one of them.
So Geert is like your standard racist. Thierry Baudet is like lizards walk among us, the Jews rule the world. That kind of nut job.
I mean, I know you Netherlands want to top Germany all the time, but isn't one Hitler enough for you?
Damn.
The guy is a fascist. He wants to create like his own bubble with like their own cryptocurrency, their own village. He's a bit weird.
He's someone like the Queen of Quebec.
Yeah. So he can I grab his? Nah, this would be too much. Yeah. So in the not the last provincial election, but the one before, they got really, really big because they were the protest votes, and they were sort of normal back then. But since then, they've completely went, hard into conspiracy theories, extreme right-wing insanity. And their support still exists because they're one of those parties that does really well on like TikTok among the youth because they're like cool and hip and they're
edgy.
Yeah, edgy. Yeah, they're basically the edgy vote. Partij voor de Dieren, the Animal Rights Party.
Also too left
left wing. They were a really weird party because they were like anti-EU at some point pretty severely. So they're just kind of a weird fringe party that people that just really want to cuddle cows vote for. But they're never really serious in any way. Then you have the Reformed Party, which is extremely religious.
Staatskundig gereformeerde partij.
Yeah, so just a Reformed Party, basically. They're the stately Reformed Party. They are
the right-wing nutters.
They're religious nutters. That's a big difference.
They're the Bible Belt of our.
They're the Bible Belt of the Netherlands. They're like, we're going to go to an abortion clinic and protest outside type of people.
We want to go back to the 1400s and stuff.
Yeah, they used to have a website that didn't work on Sundays and still hate women. So then you have the CU, the Christian Union. They are Christian, but not as right wing. I would call them slightly left to purple, kind of like in the middle. They are the Christian party you vote for if you don't hate women. They're I wouldn't say they're too weird. They're just kind of an okay party. They're just there. They were in government a lot because they were kind of like those reliable, sort of right wing, like lightly right wing parties. Then you have Denk, which is a very weird party. They are left conservative at the moment, I would say, and they are very much. They're run by immigrants, so they're very much a pro-immigrant.
Man known for wanting what's it called, Turkish enclaves in Rotterdam.
Yeah, the current leader of it is a bit of a nut job, but the previous one, Azarkan, was actually a good politician. And Denk was a fine party that voted was all for equality and fair treatment of especially people with a foreign background. They represent that fraction of the country. As a good fearing Christian, you would vote for them. You would vote for the SGP if you really feared God. If you only went to church like maybe at holidays, then you go for CU. They have Volt. They are very pro-European party. I assume most people know them because they're kind of everywhere. Just for full disclosure, I am a member of Volt, so just in case you couldn't tell that I was fairly left-wing, this will just reinforce it for you. Ja 21 or Yes 21, they're a splinter party of the Forum for Democracy. They're full of nut jobs that are basically veiled fascists instead of the open fascists Forum are.
They split off because FVD wasn't extreme enough, to put it
basically, lightly. Yeah.
Like, that's where the real racists went from the FVD when they...
Yeah. And then the last two parties that aren't really worth... Well, 50 Plus is a party that is like elderly rights. They died due to infighting. There really isn't that much interesting to say there. Bijeen, with one, there's no... it doesn't stand for anything. They are a very much a... To say it very, very crudely, they're the woke party. They were very left-wing, very, very progressives. They were very popular in Amsterdam, but they didn't really have anything that discerns them from other parties that well. So they kind of just fizzled out. Their charismatic leader also left, so that also didn't help. And so Anderson, what kind of questions did you have?
Yes, I'm going to start with the big one. Considering that the Netherlands had their PM always be of the party with the most seats since I think the 1970s, do you think it's likely that the PVV will, or Geert Wilders will become PM?
It's very difficult to say. This is a very weird situation we're in, because the biggest party is one that a lot of people kind of hate, historically speaking. One of the reasons why the PVV has gotten fairly big is because publicly Wilders has said that he has become milder at some of his Islamophobia. I personally don't believe anything, but he is in a weird position where people still go like, okay, you have some really weird beliefs, like he wants to leave the European Union. And
it's kind of insane.
It's extremely insane. And so to have him lead the party, like Rutte was an ass, but at least he was a fairly, if you go to the person underneath, he's a not extremely weird representation of the normal Dutch guy, slightly well off, middle-aged white dude. Wilders is just, he is too extreme. Yeah, he just spouts hate. He is not a good representation of the average Dutch person, even more than the other old white dudes are. And having him as a PM would be extremely weird. He doesn't, Rutte doesn't represent me, but at least more than Wilders would. That said, the biggest party doesn't have to by
They
definition,
don't have to deliver the.
they don't have to deliver the PM. I think the leader of the VVD, Isielgus, has said publicly earlier. Let me actually make sure my cursor shows.
She has said that she doesn't want him as a PM.
Before the elections on Tuesday, she had publicly said she wouldn't mind being in a coalition with Wilders, but she didn't want to be with him as a PM. And Goose also says that the Dutch Party doesn't have to be part of the coalition, but they do.
They do get
appoint
preference during the formation.
No, they appoint the person that guides the formation process, so that way they can heavily influence the process.
So who's
there
going
are-
to be the formation formateur anyway?
There has been no discussion about yet. How does a government get ratified? That's the weird thing, is we kind of don't. There's just a coalition agreement, and from that point on, there always people will govern. Because in the Netherlands, it is generally accepted that a party, people always toe the party line. So when the parties that have a majority make an agreement, they are the effective government. They can appoint people. And then the ratification is effectively them voting for the ministers. So the Wilders doesn't have to become the PM, but it's a very realistic possibility that it'll happen. I am very scared of that.
Yeah.
Okay, I have another question, but it's more of technical nature. I believe the NSC had the election promise to institute a constitutional court in the Netherlands. Is there no such equivalent there currently?
So I'm not 100% sure. I know that technically, so you can test laws against the Constitution. That's definitely possible. But I don't think that isn't done by default. I think Omtzigt's point was that he wanted any law to be tested a priori already against the Constitution to see if it would be constitutional or not. So
Isn't that technically the job of the first chamber of British Parliament?
yes, basically.
You first.
One of the big things that the NSC has done in their party program is it's a lot of very wishful thinking and, frankly, populist rhetoric about things that sound very nice on paper, but in practicality are either impossible to implement or already exist in one form or another. Like, for example, the constitutional courts. If someone believes a law isn't constitutional, then they can have it tested in the courts. It's just not done automatically all the time, because you would assume that
a huge workload on the courts as well.
Sorry?
That would put a very large workload on the courts as well.
Yeah, exactly. And so his point is to put up a special court.
You can sue, and so the BVFG would look if the law you sue against would be constitutional or not, but it's not done by default.
No, so it's the same here.
Did they also want to have additional charges or anything like that if a law is found against the Constitution? Like, who made such a law and so on, and how could it be that they got not punished for that? Stuff like that?
Very unlikely. I have to admit I haven't read the 100 pages that their party program is in detail, but I highly doubt that this is the case. So one of the, like I said, his party program is a lot of would like to haves and nice to haves, and not really practical ways to implement it. That's also what kind of Goose said. Like, it's like super long term stuff. It's like he wants to reform everything, and that's just not practical. And so the question is, NSA has a very good plan for how to manage the country in the next 5 decades. But okay, how do we solve all of our issues like right now? Like, how do we? They have no proper answers for that.
Let's also say that long-term plans usually don't really attract votes.
Well, the money to reform everything come from taxes. He doesn't say, because it's easier to just not think about it.
Of course, he doesn't say. If you already have a plan that you want to, if it's unrealistic, people want to know about it. Usually
it's some things like raising taxes on CDA, I think NSA did involve raising taxes on companies and richer people, but not super sure. I do know that they didn't let their plan be calculated through by the bureau that does that. So one thing people can do here is they can actually have their party program be sort of calculated how much it would cost and how much it would give to people. But it's a very flimsy process. And the numbers aren't very reliable, which is one of the reasons why parties don't do it. But when they also don't do it, it feels a bit like, why? Why aren't you letting this be done?
Also something I've wondered today with a work colleague of mine. Does the king in the Netherlands have any power?
Not anymore. The king used to appoint the person leading the formation process up until about a decade ago. And now that power is vested in the party that has the most seats.
They can recommend one, but
in
the reality, it's always the one that's, recommended.
That was the only part. There's no other influence the king has or had in the far past, of course, but no longer has on the whole process.
Does the king technically still have the power to dissolve parliament?
I don't think they do, but I don't know.
I mean, it's never been tested, obviously.
I've also never heard a mention of it. I know in the UK that's technically something that can be done still. But yeah, so...
Does he have to sign the laws?
No, he doesn't. He also... There's like a few weird elements left over, like technically the person that oversees provincial politics is sort of like called the commissary of the king. But I don't think they have any actual power. I think they're more like sort of a spokesperson for the province rather than like an actual royal power. The UK didn't adopt the euro, but the Netherlands has the euro. What is EU policy regarding the euro and leaving the EU? I am actually not sure about that, Sea Fusion. I'm kind of curious myself. I'd highly doubt you would be allowed to keep the euro outside of the European Union.
I mean, you could always use it as a shadow currency.
Yeah, but like the...
of a monetary policy.
Yeah.
But the Netherlands are probably too big for that.
I mean, Denmark does it, but they're in the European Union, of course. So, funnily enough, if I try to Google this, it just gives me links for like how much cash can I carry when I leave the European Union.
Amazing.
Yeah, the euro does not provide its member with any option to leave. I read here in the Archive of European Integration. If I would hazard a guess, that would imply that no, you can't actually leave the euro even if you leave the European Union, which would be monumentally stupid. How much cash can you carry? I think it's like 10,000 euros or less, maybe 5,000. I'm not sure. I don't make a habit of carrying large amounts of cash.
I mean, I assume if the Netherlands were to exit, which I don't really expect, even with the PVV having so many seats, then the Dutch Parliament could surely just enact a law and create your own currency.
Oh yeah, they could. Like you can just say, there are of course systems for doing that. We've done it before when we went to the euro itself from the gulden, so it's possible. It would just be a death knell for the economy. Like Finboy says, I don't think there's a framework for leaving the euro, because you're not just leaving the EU, you're also leaving the euro, and it would just be horrible in every sense of the word.
I mean, look how Brexit went, and they did not even break fully, mostly due to the...
and they didn't have to change their currency. So it would be a total clusterfuck. Exactly.
Even Brexit was mainly trading with Europe, but I think it's even worse than that for the Netherlands, right?
Sure is.
It would be horrible. You would have, so if you would leave the European Union but keep the euro, you wouldn't have any monetary, you wouldn't be able to have any monetary power over your own currency. Because I assume that if that were to happen, the EU wouldn't, relinquish any power of its currency to the Netherlands. Therefore, you would just be as a vassal economy wise. There's nothing you could do about it. Yeah, an exit. So, like someone also mentioned, if that would happen, if Wilders would propose a referendum or whatever about leaving the Netherlands, I highly doubt it would succeed. I mean, but never say never. You know what happened in the UK. But that said, none of the other parties would support it. I highly doubt even among, if you include PVV supporters, there's a significant fraction that don't support leaving the EU.
If you try to pull that, that's an instant motion of
no confidence. Like if this, like if he tries to push it through, it's either the fall of the government or other shit. Like it would. It's one of those things that he keeps parroting because it's nice for his voter base. Oh, we'll go back to our old currency because it was better, and we'll get orange passports and shit. I'm pretty sure the actual economical ramifications would murder our economy because we are so horrendously intertwined. Like what Goose said, with trade, the port of Rotterdam, even the port of Amsterdam is also really big. It would moronic. Exactly, we export all of that shit. Like we're one of the biggest food exporters in the world. I mean, we're the second biggest food exporter in the world by quantity. It would
be far worse than for the UK.
Exactly. So it's one of the Nexit is one of those things that I can never see it happening. Like maybe they'll put up a motion because Wilders has put up motions before about leaving the EU, and they always never get any votes besides his own party, because no one is dumb enough, not even Thierry, I think, to actually vote a pass on that.
Well, we live in interesting times, so
see if I can actually find the motion. Yeah. Oh no, this is from the PVV. I don't want that. I want to see if I can find the actual one here.
I mean, probably the FVD would also vote for it.
I'm not sure actually if they have. Let me see if I can quickly find the motion that he actually put in. Most, like, if you go to all the motions that he's actually put forward, most of them are extremely stupid and make no sense. But yeah, so there's a motion. I can't find the exact one here because Google's being annoying, but I'm pretty sure no one else has actually voted for that. Anyway, I think some of the if for people who don't know, some of the other things that Wilders has proposed to do are things like ban the Islam. Just full stop. That's it. Just make it bad. Ban the Quran as a book. Make Islam like. There's no way to explain it more because, like, what the fuck does it even entail? What do you do? Do you just like ask people like, are you a Muslim, and if so, yes, you shoot them? Like what?
I mean, I think that would be his ideal way. Right?
It's not like asking them; it's looking at them.
It's just that there's just so much nonsense about that. Yeah, but the thing is, the real decoy is like you ban hijabs, you ban the book, but like, do you ban the idea? Like, how would you actually implement a ban like that? Banning a major religion in the whole country is just practically impossible. Like, you can have a line that says the religion is illegal, but like, do you demolish mosques? Because you could even argue that the fact they would exist still is a sign of it or something. It's just...
just do that and then bring it for the highest court and say, yeah, that's not equal or so, and then ban all religion. Then I want to see the outcry.
I can't even look up the party program for the PVV because their site is broken at the moment.
Well, everyone is interested in the party, the promises that the future PM has made.
I mean, I am... Yeah, here we go. I grabbed it. It's there's actually 46 pages. It used to be 1, and I'm not kidding. I think the 2017 program had literally 1 page.
Maybe it was one very long page.
No. It's rather short. I've got it here in like a different format. I'm seeing if I can find the actual document. It is.
Sometimes like he's the only guy in this party.
He is. So here's the fun part. He is actually the only member of his party.
It's him and his shell company.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
his sponsor. That is just him.
All of the other members of PVV in the chamber aren't actually member of the party. It is impossible. And the reason is so he can hide the finances. Because there's like a super weird construction where, so he hasn't published the finances for the party forever. And because of that, the punishment is you don't get subsidies from the government anymore. Fun fact, Wilders is funded by Russia. And like, American Republican groups. The dude doesn't need Dutch.
Right?
The dude doesn't need Dutch money anymore.
So what do we do as a country about him? Absolutely jack shit.
Yeah. And so
On a more happy note,
this is the 2017 program. This is all of it.
Do you know where their votes came from? They
Which
gained
one?
quite a bit.
Who?
GroenLinks.
Oh, so I can actually show that here. Here you can show for any party where their votes came from. So currently the joint fraction, most of their voters came from PvdA and GroenLinks, of course, which is they're made up of. They have D66, the Democrats, Socialists, and like a lot of left-wing parties kind of came together to vote because these are all strategic voters. Because I don't believe that the commies suddenly got more mild or right-wing people suddenly, stopped hating poor people. They were sort of voting strategically. Because the leader of this party, it was Timmermans, he was vice president of the European Union, if I say it correctly. He was commissary for the environment as well, I think. He was a pretty high up there, so he was fairly popular.
Yeah, he wasn't running for the presidency.
Yeah, and he became the vice president. Will the new government survive longer than a year? If PVV is in it, I genuinely do not suspect it. I do not know about the mills, but we have a president. Yeah, so more, that's like, you could implement an Islamic ban, and it would involve a lot of very unconstitutional things. And I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying that within the framework of Dutch law, there isn't a way currently to actually ban a whole religion. But yeah, so this is the party program from 2017, which is 11 points. That's it. De-Islamize Netherlands. Get the Netherlands independence out of the EU. Direct democracy, get a binding referendum. Get rid of the deductible private healthcare. Lower rents. That's it. There's no plan. Just lower rents.
Burgers kriegen Macht mean?
Sorry, which one?
Oh, burgers krijgen macht. Put the power back in the people's hands.
Citizens gain power. That's what it means.
Burgers means people. Okay.
Citizens,
It's
yeah.
a citizen, yeah.
Oh, shut up, Mort. Yeah, I know. Lower horse. But the retirement age back to 65, because I think it's currently 67.
Yep.
Index additional pensions, which means that pensions grow with inflation. Yeah, they grow with inflation. No more money for ontwikkelingshulp. It's like foreign aid, foreign development, windmills, art, innovation, public omroep. What's it like?
Announcements?
No. It's like the NPO, public broadcasting.
Channels?
Yeah, public broadcasting, public channels, etc. What does it mean? I don't fucking know. But if it involves thinking, kill it. That's basically it. Does Netherlands sinking further into the sea counters lowering stuff? It definitely does, because if we don't do anything about the environment, that is going to happen. 2017, I guess nobody saw them as being the biggest party. Finboy, I'm not sure how to tell you this, but in 2017, they were probably the third biggest party as well. PVV has always been a fairly big party, but they've always been
the opposition.
The opposition, permanent opposition. They were never, he was just like shouting a lot. So here's the results from 2017. PVV has 20 seats. They were the second biggest party.
So you're saying they're basically like our AFD.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Be very scared for the next election.
So did I say a very small party? I'm pretty sure I didn't. Yeah, PVV was also part of Rutte 2, which is this cabinet.
That wasn't Rutte 1?
No, it was Rutte 1, this one here. The PVV was part of like gedoogkabinets, where they would like, they weren't allowed to make policy, they would just support it, and anyone back then already knew this wasn't going to last. Yeah, okay, you're right, there's one party, member of the party, so it's a very small party, but a lot of people support it. This cabinet fell over budget discussions that killed it. I don't remember which one exactly it was, but it was...
What a fucking surprise.
What a fucking surprise indeed. But yeah, so this party has been like big forever. They've been the second or third biggest party almost always because they represent the like less well paid, like lower income white working people.
They're a populist party.
They're very populist as well, which helps. Is it even a party of just one person? Like, technically, yes, technically it is. The thing is that because they don't meet a lot of other measures for being a proper party, like making their finances public, they don't get subsidies from the government. Because every single party, normal parties, the way it works is that depending on how many seats you have, you get subsidies so you can actually run a party, so you can have supporting staff make policy. The PVV doesn't get it. So you wonder where does their money come from? And like I mentioned before, it's all Russians and all like country destabilizing forces. What do the opposition party not in the coalition do on a day-to-day? Scheme to overthrow the coalition. It's not entirely true. They can still propose legislation, and it happens quite often that legislation proposed by the opposition gets voted through. But you touch on a pretty good point. One of the things that happened, especially in this one, in Rutte 3 and Rutte 4, is that they made this massive bookwork of like policy to implement over the coming 4 years. And they would just push that through slowly. And the opposition effectively couldn't do anything. And kind of sucks. Because it means that the government just assumes nothing, like the coalition assumes nothing will change over the coming 4 years. And they can just slowly keep pushing through. It makes for an incredibly inflexible government. And also means that the moment that you lose 2 or 3 seats because you don't play nice with the coalition isn't going to play nice with you either. And the government falls. Like running a minority government in the Netherlands, it's possible, but it's frankly incredibly unlikely to ever succeed for more than a year, maybe less.
Before it falls apart due to infighting anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, PVV is a very weird party, and they've basically survived because it feeds into the standard used to be permanent opposition party of populism, and you never have to actually implement your policy, so they can never disprove that it doesn't work, which is why they got away with this as a party program.
Well, you don't know if they remain an opposition party this time either.
It's like... what the hell? It's like, look at like the financial way they justify this. So, apparently banning Islam would save the country 7.2 billion euros. I don't know how the fuck that works.
No. Obviously, all this income comes from lowering income taxes. You know, the biggest fucking income for the government.
Oh no. So no. This means that with banning Islam, they would earn 7.2 billion.
Wait, you mean per? Okay, yeah, you're right.
It's just utter insanity. Yeah, maybe expropriation. Maybe just seize all of the assets and just go like,
Seize the mosques, yeah, sure.
It makes no sense. It's hilarious.
Yeah, but if you read that and you look at 10, only minus 3 billion.
Only minus 3 billion for lowering income tax. Like that makes no fucking sense.
What's the income tax income from the income again?
It's probably ridiculous. Where can I find this?
Does PM mean no change?
PM, I think, means that it doesn't change, or maybe they can't calculate it because I'm pretty sure leaving the EU would not be a break even.
Absolutely.
Would not be a break even, definitely.
Let's see. Belangrijkste inkomsten-uitgaven van het Rijk, loonsbelasting 22.5%.
Yeah, so here's the income. 22.5% of the 400 billion is from taxes.
So he wants to half that. That's
no, he doesn't want to half it. He just says lower it of the income taxes. But if you would save
the other one
with the the car tax, calculating the land value, I mean, it genuinely wouldn't surprise me if they did that. It's a massive joke.
Only 3 billion. Nah.
Like 3 billion on, like, what is it? So this is 80 billion or something out of income. It means you would lower it by a few percent, maybe. Like, yeah, technically you're lowering it, but not by much. I had their current party program as well, but I'm not sure if it's actually more than one page for once. Do they still want to ban Islam? Not entirely sure. Well, they wanted. So this is the short, which is actually kind of interesting. Maybe. So they want to stop immigration and get a very restrictive policy for immigration.
Not just immigration, also asylum is asylum.
Asylum, yeah, asylum seekers. Ship you PB. I don't want PB here. No, he can, like,
he can stay.
Visit Gaza or something. Outside of EU laws with regarding to immigration, and leave the VN refugee thing. What about German immigration? No, they're white, so they're expats, and then it's okay.
What about Turkish German?
No, then they're horrible. They're evil. They need to be sent back.
What about East Europeans?
Sent back to where?
Yeah, exactly. How do you deal with the Asian representation? No, but don't think about that situation. Don't think about the actual implications of policy. Just, like, genuinely, they don't do that. They don't give a shit. It's like, what do you mean outside of you can't do this?
Nitro, you need to think.
Yeah, I need to think.
It's of course also sent out.
Yeah, but like
the one movie where nobody was allowed to be over 30 or something like that.
Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Sorry, Nitro, you're too old. You need to go.
Needs to die. What about German immigration? They wouldn't be able to opt out of inter-EU travel, but I'm pretty sure, like, one of the things the government can do, what's already happening now, what I hear from friends, etc., is that Dutch immigration is already a mire to go through, and it's very difficult to actually get shit done. They can just make that process basically impossible. There are current, like, for example, if you want to immigrate into the Netherlands and you're outside the EU, you need to have a certain amount of income when you would work here to show that you can sustain yourself. They can just raise that to, like, insane amounts and just block the actual, or say, like, oh, we'll take in 1,000 people or some insignificant amount, and they just never really do that. There are ways to do it without, like, technically banning immigration, but yeah. So what's another one? Dutch border will be restored restored. Whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah, it's going to keep out all those Belgians and Germans,
This basically means we want to push back on asylum seekers that want to, get into our country from safe neighbor countries. So they want to build a fence. They literally built the wall. They want to do a Hungary.
Honest question: does the success in this election of the PVV mean that the Netherlands will probably change their policy in regards to migration and asylum?
I can't say. It's like without having an actual coalition agreement, we can't say. They would like to. They would love to. But
this is absolutely going to depend on how the negotiations are going to go.
Yeah. So the big thing here is that this is their wish list. But when they make a coalition agreement, they will negotiate things. They will stripe away things against each other.
They have to compromise. There's no way that they can push all of this through. Yeah. Or, else the other parties are absolute pushovers. But so, I suppose stranger things have happened.
Do you think they would prioritize the asylum stuff?
Oh yeah, I think they would prioritize. Yeah. There's gradations here. They would definitely just work back against getting immigrants here. Like, I'm pretty sure, same with freedom of movement, you can't actually stop that, but you can make it very difficult. Like, Denmark, for example, has actual border checks. When you enter Denmark, in certain roads, you get your passport checked. I've had that happen to me when I was going up north with Fekke. But that's a sort of thing they could implement, but then expand as well. So they would just do as much as they can, basically. And how much that is, I cannot say.
I think they will try to push this boundary, but they don't think they can start off with throwing out all the Turkish immigrants, for example.
One can withdraw from Schengen. Withdrawing from Schengen will have similar implications to withdrawing from the EU. It's a death knell to the economy. When I was going from Hamburg to Copenhagen, they announced they were checking passports, didn't get to me. Yeah, but for example, but it's not just these guys. Like, it happened to me when I went to Germany as well, with Sugar. Actually, they checked our passports for.
Was that the time you got caught?
Drugs. It's the time the drug dog stopped at my backpack because I was in the lab that day. I think that was not fun.
In the lab, Nitro. What did you make in the lab?
Weed. How many foreign workers work in the Netherlands? I assume the amount is a fuck ton because we have a lot of agriculture.
And certainly isn't the Dutch.
Let me see if I can find a number. I assume the amount is a lot because we, just like the UK, would have a lot of
also quite a few
immigration workers. It just says how many of the immigrants have work. So here's a number from the CBS with how many people are actually immigrating into the country. The amount is into the thousands. So the amount that entered the country in 2022 was 400,000. And of course, some left. I don't know. There's some breakdown of what type of people, like why they left and joined. So this is non-EU people that joined for a reason. So working, we had 18,000 people join in 2021. So it's quite a lot of people. Why did you join Volt? There's a lot of reasons for that. I think we might go into that in a bit, because I would like to finish going through the main points of the BVV party program. So we have a ban of bed, bath, and brood regeling for illegals, which basically means basic housing. Like, we give them a bed, a bath, and bread, no matter why they're here. Which is kind of, we just put them in an asylum center and like make sure they don't die. This is just one of those very weird inhumane things. It's like, you're physically here, we want to send you away, so we'll just let you starve. Like, put you outside. Yeah, it's like, you want to stop like these people being a nuisance between massive quotation marks. So let's put them out on the street. You're like, well, why?
I mean, it would just cause them to commit crime, I assume.
Can one even do that, Dagran? If you change the law, you can. Sorry, could you repeat your question, Anderson?
If you don't give them the basic necessities to live, I assume they would just, steal it and so on.
Yeah, for example, it's one of those weird things where not providing it makes no sense, because the actual, like, the amount of money you spend on this, you probably save in not having that sort of thing happen.
Well, I don't think it's about the money.
No, but it's like, it would be one of the arguments. Like, the only real argument there is money, because the other one is just you're an incompassionate asshole that just hates people, which is not really an argument. You're just an asshole.
Yeah, that's not something you can actually say. Really use as an argument. That's right.
No, exactly. That's true.
But I still think it's not about the money in this case. It's about that, but they don't want to say it out loud.
More tightening Asylum itself isn't racist, sure, but the reasons behind it here are very clearly motivated in that way. I'm not saying that having more comprehensive checks is inherently a racist thing, but I don't know. There's a lot of, like, you can walk around it a lot, and, like, saying, like, you want to disincentivize people leaving here that we would have sent away anyways. Like, yes, of course, it's nice that people that are going to be forced to leave shouldn't get here in the first place. But if you do that sort of thing, you're also stopping people that do have a right to come here. So it's a very much a double-edged sword, and I'm of the opinion that it's, be nice to one another and make sure that you can actually provide people with what they would need to live and see if they can integrate. But that's a whole different discussion that we're not really having here. The point is that a lot of these things aren't very realistic to implement. This is also just a populist part. It's like, we will never force municipalities to take asylum seekers, but then we get the current issue where we need to put them somewhere and no municipality wants them, so the government has to force people. Like, okay, what do we do then? You can't just spout this shit and just not, implement it. Going against procedure stacking is just meaningless drivel that says we want to make the government easier for the citizens to go through, which is a nice thing. It's a nice point, but it doesn't mean anything. Just put it out there like this.
Party at every election.
Exactly. Get rid of temporary. This is like so in depth. I never get why that's here. It's to stop asylum seekers from Syria. Send them back already. So this is so people that live here that have a residence permit that go on holiday to their own country immediately lose their residence permit. I'm not entirely sure what status holders mean, because I don't know if this includes like someone that goes here for work or someone that goes here for study. I assume it means like immigrants, but again, it's like if someone has this status, they have a residence permit, but
asylum seekers, and that say they are asylum seekers because they are here, since they are hunted in their home country, but or because the home country is at war, stuff like that. But then go back to holiday there.
This is about asylum seekers who have vergunning. So
what?
The verblijfsvergunning, what's it called? Residence permit.
Yeah, residence permit. The thing here is that on the one hand, I can get the reasoning behind it, because like, if their home country is safe enough to travel to, then why are they here? But it's one of it arguments.
It's one thing to say that they're here for economic reasons, right? They want a better life. That's one thing, but then they are here for immigration, not for asylum. That's often a bit convoluted, and I think that's where in the middle of the Gesellschaft often comes a bit of an danger from.
The
I
issue,
guess they want to capitalize on that.
The issue here is that if a phrase like this, it probably would be unconstitutional. I'm pretty sure you could get rid of this by law very quickly, like by just constitutional stuff. But what I want to say is that you just generalize too much. Like, yeah, you can argue that people that are able to go back home and come back again shouldn't need to be here, but like, go on holiday. What does that mean? Like, are they going back because they need to care for their like dying parents or like elderly parents? That's different than them going like back to the beaches or something. Like, I assume that just.
I know a few stories from my mother who works in one of the Arbeitsagenturen here in Germany. Of the of the agencies that help people that do not have work or that cannot have work yet, stuff like that. And she actually had quite a few Ukrainians who came here from the war. So they were asylum seekers, not migrants, which is, at least in Germany, different. And they actually said they want to do a holiday in the summer in their land, and just did that. And it was okay. And of course, she was a bit peeved by that. And that, I have to say, I can understand.
But if someone wants to go back to the safe part of of Ukraine to visit their family, there shouldn't be anything wrong with that. And even if it was bad, just assume that whatever they did wasn't good. How many of the actual people that do this sort of thing, are you talking about? Like it's always one of those you can cherry pick examples.
Yeah, it's of course anecdotal, right?
Yeah.
And even if I would ask my mother, I mean, she knows quite a few stories of those, sure, and I'm sure others don't do it. And even then, it was only be her stories, of course. And maybe in a different town, it would be completely different because my town is at the border,
I find the difficult part. Yeah, so you will, by definition, have more of this. I find the difficult part here is that you can always create a narrative where this is bad, but then the actual implementation of the policy could be shite and could be far too broad. And like Decoy said, it's one of those things that is like super duper easy to just get illegal policy, and it just becomes utter garbage, unenforceable. Another point Sugar also makes that the right has massively slashed funding on like our refugee processing apparatus. So we're already like one of the reasons we have such an issue with immigrants causing issues here is that because we can't actually process them, and that sounds very inhumane, but just get them through the system. You can't do it because it's just
Decoy is also very funny in a dark way. One other question: does the Netherlands separate between asylum and migration, just like Germany does, or similar?
Pretty sure they do.
Pretty sure we do, yeah.
As in immigration is you do more or less voluntary, right? And asylum that you run away from something.
Yeah. Yeah, we have the same thing where the government will, they will take a look at your application and then say, they will check if there's actually a reason for you to be allowed that sort of visa here, or like that sort of residence permit. The issue we have, for example, is that it sometimes takes so insanely long to do that they get kids here and their kids grew up in the Netherlands and then they've been here for like 6 or 7 years, like a very, very long amount of time.
We have similar stories here, and we have some horror stories of related facilities, let's say, where the twice or even more times the amount of people are living in there because there's no space anymore.
Yeah, same. We had people sleeping outside in tents at one of our big refugee centers because no municipality wants to take up these people. And that's like the stupid thing that is right here is like, at the same time you're creating issues and then saying we've now made this issue, but we didn't do it, someone else did it. Now we're going to fix that. So they try to, they play with people's lives as if they were political clout to get. And that's just
opposite to what Sugar said, though. As far as I'm aware, at least, we here in Germany didn't reduce spending on that, but we still have issues with that, right? So
yeah, because if more people come, you
have to spend more or need to be better or something like that.
Yeah, but it's you could argue about how much money you want to send there, but if your system is getting overflowed, you have to. You can either say we don't want to spend money because they shouldn't be here, but then you're treating people in an inhumane way.
It's not just money. I mean, it's not an easy problem. If it were an easy problem, we could charge more money. Then I guess Germany or which they wouldn't have a problem.
It's horrendously complex, and it's really not as easily solved. And the way they talk about it sometimes in these programs is just kind of disgusting.
Do you in the Netherlands allow people that are freshly here to directly work?
No, you need to get a working permit. The exception was made for Ukrainians.
And how easy can you get such a permit? What do you need for that?
I am not entirely sure, actually. I think you have to, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
So, from what I've heard, and I could be wrong, but from what I've heard and checked here in Germany, is basically you need to have been acknowledged or something like that, or at least finished your first part of your migration. So what you taught me earlier about, right, that something that could take 6 or 7 years, for the first step at least, that actually needs to be finished before you can work. Before that, you cannot even do work legally here in Germany.
Yeah.
That means you don't earn
just need to
money,
get
you
a
don't
blue
go out, and
just
that's the
need to
fault
get
of
a
the
blue
state, in
card,
my opinion.
which means you have to have an employer in Germany
Yeah.
where you earn at least something like 52,000 euros a year, or in a demand field at 42,000, something like that.
I mean,
You
if,
don't-
if you have an employer or you got the
Yeah, that's
okay from someone that
true.
said, hey, yes, I will employ this person and only then go into the country, that's different. But if
Okay,
you
wait.
directly
Are
go
we
into
talking
the
about
country,
immigration or asylum seekers?
yeah, that's a big problem. It's often convoluted. And
For
same thing,
immigration, you
and
have to
there
have
are
a sponsor.
people on both sides that say, yeah, these people may not have war, but they are so poor in their country, so they basically are still asylum seekers and so on. And so it often gets a bit mixed in due to various political reasons. Might be different in Netherlands.
I think we have similar things with because we make a difference between economical asylum and political asylum. And political asylum is the one where you'll be murdered if you go back, and economic asylum is the one where your home situation is very, very shitty, and you want to get improvement there. I'm pretty sure that getting a work permit there means what you said is you need to start going through the immigration process. I don't know about the exact details to be granted economic
That's
asylum.
the same thing with the political and economical asylum or immigration, let's say, right? But that's also a problem, because if you say, okay, you do not qualify for political asylum, and for the economical asylum, you're not qualified or something like that, if you want to send you back, then often, I got no pass, or we cannot send you back because where you came from,
the country doesn't take you back.
It's not actually the country it's actually on the country where you came from, and they won't take you back. So, like you said, it's complicated, it's not easy, and there will always be a few problems, and it's often easily exploited, sadly.
Okay, yeah, and
all
if you ask here dwellers, the solution is very simple.
Yeah,
It's
just send
all
them
right
to
here.
Rwanda, right?
It's all right here.
Yeah, and that's the point. Is we just stop asylum. That's one of the, for example, point here. We want less Islam in the Netherlands, and we will get there by reducing non-Western immigration, even if they're not Islamic. I don't fucking know, and introducing a general immigration stop or asylum stop. It's stupid.
And then it's basically like South Park, right? They don't come here because they are in danger, but the politicals scream then, they want to take their jobs.
Yeah, jobs. Despite us needing these people to also replenish the aging population and preventing our country to go the way of Japan.
Yeah, just forbid condoms. God wants it or something like that, right?
Anyway, we're here to talk about the elections as well. But yeah, so a lot of these points are just very, very stupid. Oh, nice. We got the obligatory empty wallet image as well. I like that.
Oh, God. The current economy, am I right?
What other stuff stupid? They have a lot of wishful thinking. Lower a lot of taxes, get rid of the airport tax, lower accent, what's it called? Tariffs on fuel. It's just, it's a lot of really dumb stuff. The PV isn't a natalist party? I'm not sure what you mean.
The anti-abortion or...
I'm not sure what he means with what you mean with natalist, or if you mean nationalist. No,
natalist is about natalism. So
yeah, and I know what you mean. What happened with the farmers? The Farmers Party got annihilated because their voters. Well, they didn't get annihilated. It went from 1 to 8, 1 to 7. Their voter base mostly switched back to National Social Contract and the PVV.
They were pretty much the the protest vote at the time during the first election.
Increase the number of births to replace migration. I assume that would be the plan. I don't think he actually mentions anything about it, Kaladin, but that's literally the only way to do it.
Well, as long as it stays away from the 14 words, I'm fine, I guess.
Oh, God. Yeah, there's just a lot of, for example, the police plans are we need to get 10,000 extra police agents. What?
Where?
Oh, nice. Here we go. Zero tolerance for street scum.
Street thugs.
Where required, put in the army against street terrorists.
The army.
Send in the tanks, boys.
Like,
We're going full China.
It's a fucking big deal if someone gets shot in this country, let alone terrorism starts happening. So where the fuck is he going to use these armies?
It's like I don't get it.
It's absolutely insane.
It's just like, oh, we have these people gluing themselves to the street. Oh, that's not nice. Let's send in the army.
Send in the National Reserve.
It's like so many weird ones. It's like heavy minimum punishment and higher maximum. No more what do you call that again? Like work punishment. Sorry, what did you say, Anderson?
Community service? No.
Yeah, community service.
How did more than a fifth of the Dutch vote for this guy?
Because people are stupid.
People hear what they like to hear.
What was the joke again? De mensen zijn gewoon een beetje randebiel. That's basically it. There's just the people are stupid. They don't think. It's unfortunate.
That and I think they're pissed off with VVD, CDA, and the
leftists. It's populism. It's a protest vote. Like some of these are just so like we gotta get rid of TBS, which is like mental health.
Yeah, beschikkingsstelling. Yeah, that's
it's
very
like
nasty actually, but
TBS is like if you're like non-mentally fit or you commit a crime like what would be one you would get TBS for? A lot of times it's like murder, but you're not in the right state of mind, and you need heavy mental treatment, and they just want to get rid of that. You just put everyone into the can and let them fester. It's like it's the American Plan.
I mean, to be fair, TBS has been a very troublesome.
Oh yeah, but there's a reason it exists.
That's true,
being institutionalized. They just want to ban it. It's like what? Yeah,
that's
a large
true, but
part of the humanity is just stupid.
But for a long time, it has been very controversial. This whole TBS.
Yeah, the way TBS works can be fairly controversial, and is often seen as worse than an actual prison sentencing. But it's a much better way. Like at least the concept behind it. Yeah, the execution of it is not good, but the concept behind it is much better than just throwing everyone that has mental issues just into prison and just hoping it'll fix itself.
Straight to prison, straight to jail.
It's just
that's the worst way to treat it.
Healthcare, fairly standard, just stuff that costs a lot of money. Oh, they probably have something about
for forced labor for prisoners.
Do we?
Do we? Oh, no, you're right. Strong regime in prisons. Prisons have to wear a uniform and perform work 40 hours a week. So,
yeah, he wants the American
system. They will make paper clips for 2 cents an hour.
They'll make Dutch flags or something. I don't know.
It's just like, it's all the sort of stuff that sounds like, oh, they're there anyway, and we're paying for their like room and board. They might as well work. But it's just basically, how do you make sure that none of these people ever reintegrate? It's stupid.
I mean, if you really want to integrate them, you give them a choice, chance to.
Do Dutch asylum seekers also come to the Netherlands to get their teeth done?
What?
Sorry, what?
I think most of the countries around us have proper dental. But
I think our guy, the CXU Mertz, the leader of the current fraction, however it's called, he said that people come or also come to Germany. Something I don't know what exactly he said, right? But something in the meaning of they come to Germany to get their teeth done because if they're asylum seeker, that is part of the medical package you get or something like that.
That doesn't make sense. Like teeth are not covered by our health insurance.
I mean, maybe if you don't have any teeth or so or really bad problems, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's an emergency, maybe, or if it would constitute an emergency. Yeah, I say right. Who does?
So here's another fun one about healthcare. Sort of, it's like the wording is always really funny here. It's like stop the doordagen betutteldrift. How the hell would you translate that?
Ridiculous. Yeah, that's a good question.
It's like what it means here is that the government is up on your business too much, and they're telling you what you can and can't eat, which, for the record, isn't happening. The government can inform you, but doesn't determine if you can smoke, drink, or what you eat. No more sugar tax and no more meat tax, which is one of those things where you go like,
Do you have a meat tax?
No, but there have been discussions about raising taxes on meat because of the immense impact it's doing to Dutch.
I heard like
environment.
3 of your provinces, like Utrecht, for example, they are no longer allowed to advertise for meat, besides biomeat.
Is that?
Apparently, it was in the news like 2 days ago or so.
Could be. I don't know this. I wouldn't know about this.
Yeah, I mean it's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Regardless, a meat tax, like a sugar tax, was shown in the UK to be extremely efficient in lowering the amount of cavities that were present in kids' dental, in their teeth. It's like,
I mean, not just sugar, but general unhealthy food that maybe gets taxed higher because you say it's no longer normal food; it's luxury food or unhealthy food. So instead of
we already
you make it 22%, for example. Stuff
we
like
kind
that,
of
right?
already do it, and it's one of those things where you do a double whammy because you get some extra income from the sugar tax, but you save a lot of money on healthcare.
Hopefully, at least.
Well, no, it's been shown in the UK to work for dental health.
Is it only a sugar tax? Did they also do other things like
the article?
stuff like that?
I'm not sure, but the article that I remember is that since the introduction of the sugar tax, that the amount of cavities in the youth went down quite a bit.
Yeah, not just the cavities, right? Probably also the weight issue and so on.
Obesity as well.
Well, supposedly Utrecht does have a prohibition on commercials for meat, gambling, and alcohol.
Yeah, there were like 3 provinces in the article I read. Utrecht and 2 others, but I only remember Utrecht because it was the easier name to remember.
The thing is, Camelin, is that I don't know what objection you mean to what, but the government has the health of its citizens as a primary responsibility, and people are stupid. So, sugar tax and the meat tax are perfectly reasonable in my mind, especially because the impact of, say, meat compared to other products on the Dutch environment, at least, is much higher.
I personally would not like to have a special tax on meat or other things that you consider high, but how about a specific tax on the CEO or similar that are associated with the product? Because then meat would be taxed high automatically.
Exactly.
And maybe also other things like soya, for example, I think is often also...
no, the actual impact of soy is fairly low because the amount of soy that actually goes into making any product is much, much lower.
Yeah, but quite a few things that are using soy actually usually use quite a high amount, from what I've gathered, right?
But it's not.
Food.
I mean, soy is mostly used to feed cattle here.
Exactly. Like the largest amount of that soy goes to is to feed cattle, which is also why the actual carbon impact of meat is a double whammy, where you're not just inputting nitrogen into an environment here, you're also chopping down rainforest to plant more soy.
Is it also used to make tofu or something like that?
Of course. But again, the amount of actual soy that's in there is far lower than would go into.
I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I just would not like a specific tax for a general problem.
And that's a fair point.
That's maybe a bit too far away from the general topic today, though.
I mean, we've been far away from it in general, so whatever.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh boy, this is going to be a nice one.
Yeah, basically the PVV is just it's all populism.
I mean,
it's just
but why? Why is that? Because poorer people often buy worse products, which have more sugar in it.
Oh yeah, but that's also there's been a discussion to lower the
like one of the pre-packed and pre-frozen meat or not meat, but lunches in general, right? They're often very unhealthy and they're actually relatively expensive. But often people don't know that and buy that stuff.
Because it's convenient, yeah.
Yeah, it's a convenience thing. Anyway,
maybe instead it's more expensive. Maybe you actually would take your time to make better things or take other things, which in the end is more healthy for you and saves money. So
Yeah,
I wouldn't say it's per
I'm
definition.
not sure if it
punishing
works
the
out that
poor.
way in reality, but I'm not sure.
I mean, they will still go to Burger King or Wendy's or whatever, right? So
Basically.
yeah.
I'm gonna jump to the next one that's in their party plan, which is the fun one where we will no longer waste billions to useless climate hobbies and more money to our people.
Climate hobbies. Does he actually say hobbies?
Yeah, no, climate
Yeah.
hobbies. It's right there. It actually
Climate
spells
hobby.
hobbies.
So what's the climate hobby? Golf?
Oh, here, it's another one.
I mean, it can be everything, right?
Let's
This
see.
is specifically about the reducing emissions and stuff.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
how he describes it there, that could be really everything.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point. He wants to make it very general statements that everyone thinks, oh, that sounds nice. And then
Yeah.
what's his actual plan? Fuck if I know.
Instead, no, he's just like, oh yeah, all the climate pact the Dutch would do would lower the heating of the Earth by only 0.0000036 degrees, which is
I don't even know what Kaladin means. Is it a part about not cooking or cooking or whatever? I mean,
no, he means
the
about
state
consuming that type of food.
Yeah, but I would say the state is free to steer, and it's often a very normal thing that the state steers people to do something with higher tax, with less tax, with bonuses and whatnot. So that would be
It's
perfectly
not
normal.
like they ever
If you're
did
willing
that with
to buy-
cigarettes and stuff,
Yeah, if you're willing to spend, I don't know, 5 or 10% more to have your preferred product, okay, do it. But maybe you're not willing to do that, or maybe less willing to do that, which would be good for whatever.
I mean,
Oh look, they have meat tax again. I don't know why it's in environment, but whatever.
well, obviously, because meat is also an environmental product, you know.
So one of the things they want to open more coal and gas powered power plants.
They stay open, okay?
They stay open. Yeah, you're right.
Is Geen green?
What?
Geen,
no, this means no. Geen, this means no more gas from Groningen.
That means no. Why are you like this?
Shut up. Your language is also made up.
It's true.
They also don't want to export Dutch gas, which is kind of funny because it was a pretty big cash cow for the Dutch government to export Groningen's gas. So I was like, the fuck, dude.
But Russia would like to have its cake. You said they're sponsored by Russia, right?
Yeah, they are.
So if they say less, Russia has to sell them stuff again. You see?
Could be. I don't know.
At this point, I think we would rather be buying
crazy.
American.
Like the
very
Germans
Dutch.
now, at least partially. Hey, you went over the biomass thingy. I was kind of surprised by that.
Which one? To
Isn't
stop
biomass-
doing biomass?
Yeah, no biomass or something like. Isn't that something that the Farmers Party would love to do and very popular? So very populist. Or am I missing something
I'm
here?
not exactly sure how much a biomass would actually have impact on the farmers. I think it's mostly I'm not sure because biomass plants are just a way to turn waste products into power. So I don't know why it's even here. Maybe they say something about it
It
here.
was seen as a pretty big and pretty easy.
In general, it's
or less green thingy.
it's neutral technically. Because when you burn biomass, you're just releasing carbon dioxide into the air again that was already fixated by the plants. So it's considered to be carbon neutral-ish.
And you said the same thing. I think if you did it correctly, Niederlande is verantwortlich. Oh damn it, that was so quick for me. But basically, the Netherlands are responsible for like 0.5% of worldwide CO production. We shouldn't do anything in that.
Yeah.
That's what
Does he say that? Not anything?
Yeah, that's exactly what it says. It basically says we're
anything.
too small to make an impact, so we shouldn't care about it.
I mean, it's a bit similar to in Germany. That's a big point between fans and enemies of the Greens, more or less, right? Anderson, please correct me if I'm wrong. And I can see both points a little bit because
but they make the argument here.
If you would stop your part to zero, it wouldn't really help. But if you maybe propagate it and take the easy wins, it would still help a little bit, you know?
Yeah, we call a billion milliards.
That's a billion.
Milliard?
Milliards. Milliard. Yeah, that's a billion. The whole point of, saying, oh, what the Dutch save in CO2 is emitted by China in a day is like technically true, but it's also assuming that
it's also assuming that China isn't doing anything about it.
Which they might not be, but it's like it's whataboutism. It's like they're he's doing it, so I don't have to do it either. It's
I agree that you didn't need to shut down your whole industry or completely fuck it in the arse, right? But there are some easy wins often, or maybe some science that you can research that would actually really help. And why not do that?
Yeah, but he doesn't want to do anything because it's
exactly.
It's an easy talking point.
What was that? I think in The Simpsons.
Uns an der Wärmepumpe in the elektrische Auto.
It is difficult. I mean, I can see the charm, and for my parents' house, for example, it would make so much sense because it's really how do you say verdichtet? It's really closed off, right? So the warmth keeps in, and they have a PV thingy on the roof, so they often get, especially in the summer, winter, even a little bit of power, so it's pretty cheap. But in my house, I have walls that are a meter thick, and they're basically red sand. You would need to redo the whole house. It's really not feasible to do it in here. I would pay out of my nose to have such a thing in here.
Do they want to forbid heat pumps?
No, I don't. I didn't see that in their program at all.
Didn't someone else bring it up, or
I just saw the Wärmepumpe.
You.
What was that?
The villain ons the previous.
Oh yeah, didn't you? I thought you wanted to talk about it from the German Greens perspective, that everyone should have one of these pumps.
Where would that section be about war heat pumps?
The villain ons an the Wärmepumpe.
Oh yeah, so they want to get us on the war heat pump or the electric car. Well, our electrical network, one of the most reliable in the world, already can't handle it anymore. This is technically true. Our electric network is full at some spots, but that's not also related to the heat pump and electric cars. That's just
it's
a general issue.
Work, of course, because you have a much higher volume by that, right? But again, my mother has her PV thingy on the roof, and she loads her car through that. She doesn't pay a dime, no gas costs or whatever. It's great for her. Wouldn't work for me because I can't often park my car in front of my building. There are no other loading points on me. So, but for her, it's great and it's fantastic, and I would love to be in the same position as her, but I'm not.
Situation on the German grid, but in our energy needs, approximately a quarter is actually room heat. And our electricity is only I think it was like 30% or so. So that's definitely a significant issue. Like if everyone were to get a heat pump tomorrow, then the grid would just fail. But
but that's like
it's
not really realistic.
You win that back from the gas usage, right? Isn't it?
But that's why we are expanding the grid through various ways. That's why we're getting different ways how you can generate power and whatnot. It's just not, but basically both extremes, right? Basically the extremes of the Greens and the extremes of the, I don't know, of Wilders here or the CXU here in Germany. On the other side, they're both a bit on the extreme sides. The one side is we have to do it right now everywhere, and the other is no, we have never to do it anywhere. And it's somewhere in the middle. We can do it, we should do it, and we will do it, but it will take a while.
Yeah, there's also a lot of things about how he just likes to ignore reasons that things are happening because he's talking about the raising of the energy costs. And the Russian war had a ton of the Russian-Ukraine war had a ton of impact on that. And he's like, no, we should just lower taxes. We already had a compensation on energy costs this year. It's just, again, it's populism. Like, we'll lower taxes and that'll fix everything.
So you want to do what? He wants to lower
the tax on energy. Or? Yeah, lower tax on energy.
Okay, and then he assumes the prices will go down so much, or that's the populist idea behind it, that the normal man will pay the same as before.
It'll fix everything.
Oh, okay, yes. I mean, I would like to
Um,
bash that guy, but it's too easy, you know.
Yeah, and the farmers is just populist shit. There's nothing actual of substance in here. There's a few nice things, but a lot of it is just just stupid.
None of
What
this
is
is tenable.
What's
Yeah.
this Uitenblik Dierenpolitie?
What?
Expanded the animal police.
What?
Oh, Uitbreiding Dierenpolitie.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
Expand the animal police?
I'm not entirely sure what that means either. To be
I
honest.
mean, I think
I know what it means.
I think the
He
part
wants this-
underneath that.
He wants his
says
Sonic
something.
Dolphins against the subs, you know.
I think
That's
he
not in
wants
Command
more
and Conquer.
enforcement of animal laws or something. I don't know.
Could be.
No, really? I thought more like he wants more animal police, like more
No, he doesn't
more
want the
policemen on
Animaniacs in here.
horses, more police dogs, stuff like that. I mean, as you said, nobody knows what it actually means, right?
No, but that's the whole point, right? Like a lot of this, like here, let the farmers farm and let the fishers fish. And it's like, okay, what does that mean?
So animal
no,
police is animal
Ritual
police.
slaughter.
Yeah, it's like offer the farmers a good future perspective and an honest price. It's like, yeah, but we're in a free market system, and like, do you want to subsidize everything to hell and do what America does and just get overproduction and they just burn the axes?
I
Just
mean,
like,
aren't they already doing that, Nitro?
yeah, of course we are, but he wants to do it more.
Everyone does it.
But I really
No,
like
but I
this
think,
professional
the-
national animal ambulance.
The Dero police means about animals who are a danger to oneself and the others. You know,
Oh,
rabid
so he wants to
animals.
shoot wolves.
Yes, he wants to shoot the wolves who are just
Yeah.
coming back to
and
the
and the
forest, yeah.
beavers and
Everything.
the bisons and the mammoths and the lions, right? Stuff like that. I understand.
How then he
probably also-
means subsidizing the production so that the farmers would always get a minimum price for their milk, for example.
Yeah, but they already get that, right?
They already do.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
But
part
more.
of the EU subsidies. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, but they want more.
More.
I mean, everyone wants more.
It's like another one. Like put our national food supply back on one. It's like we're a net exporter of food. The
So he
fuck are
wants
you
less.
talking about?
We're not exporting
wants
for
less.
us, for our own.
Paladin, it's
stability.
like 35%, I think, from the EU budget that goes to subsidizing agrarian issues.
Yeah, it's also why leaving the
Insane, in my
UK was
opinion.
the UK leaving the European Union was horrible for
Not-
farmers
Not-
because they lost
not
their like
just in
bottom
the UK,
income.
Finboy. Also, the German farmers love it, and I recently read something that was against Ukraine or the Ukrainian farmers joining the EU because the subsidies they come from a fixed amount and they are given out depending on the size of the farmland. And since the farms in the Ukraine are very big, they would get a big amount from that. And so, of course, every farmer in the EU was saying, no, 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 not like that. Ugh.
Yeah, it's a whole thing, but let's put it this way: the farmers in the Netherlands, there's a lot of it's a massive whole discussion. I won't go into the weeds too much here, but
I mean, your farmers are a bit crazy, but basically
yeah,
the problems or the wishes and whatever not, right, of your farmers are the same as in every EU state because they're getting a big amount of the money from the EU subsidies. And people in the EU are paying relatively less for their normal food.
yeah. Anyway, I would like to conclude this short bit with a lot of the policies that the PVV is proposing here already have failed in the courts and are utter nonsense to put on here because they are literally impossible to implement, but people like them. What
Easy
else?
solution, but
Pulse history, electric fishing.
Yeah, they want to stop the ban on electric fishing.
That's really stupid.
What they want, electric fishing is what they put the water of a lake or something like that under power, or everything in it dies, and then they just fish it up.
No, they stun the fish with a pulse of electricity, but it has a
but
much larger
probably
impact.
It will probably also kill them and their food, and the plant will get damaged and whatnot. So they basically need to redo the whole lake.
It's just a very bad technique. But so you probably could change the courts. No, Kaladin, they couldn't, because the Parliament makes a law. People go to the courts. The courts test the law against other things the Netherlands already is part of, like the European law, and then it was judged to be this law can't exist. Like they block each other, and the original law has precedent, and that the same would happen here. But the thing is, if you leave the EU, you can make your own laws.
So wait, you also have here no first comma any longer, right?
Yeah,
so get rid of the Senate.
What is the first chamber?
The first chamber. Yeah, go on.
We have two halves to our parliament. We have not the parliament. We have the first up.
We have two parts of the legislative branch. Yeah.
So we have the upper chamber, which is chosen during the waterschapsverkiezing, I believe.
No, provincial elections.
The provincial states, which are all provinces. So we have.
It's like it's sort of like they're technically elected indirectly, but it's basically staggered elections. So during the provincial elections, they also elect the upper chamber, which doesn't create legislation, but they test it against the constitution, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and he wants to get rid of that. The parliament we have, this is the latest election. We choose each of them directly.
Yeah, it's a bit convoluted, but yeah, it's very weird that it works this way, Kaladin. But it's like it is what it is. Regardless,
they're not hereditary or anything.
That's what Finboy asked about the no Arabic Turks.
So no more government information is what it literally means. So it's like any documentation the government would provide. So
no translation. So
so basically, the Arab and the Turks, they should learn Dutch or English or whatever, and they should expect anything about Arabic.
It means anything. So it's like if you're here and you don't grasp English or Dutch per se, you're just fucked.
Basically, yeah.
It's just like
so that German variant, I see.
Yeah, it's like why would you do it this way? Like I get, like it's not like we even have everything in those languages. What about Frisian? As far as I know, the Frisian, so Frisia will have everything available in Frisian, but thankfully we ignore that silly little people.
What's that above it? With the excuses for
slavery and politionele acties is like the police actions we did in Indonesia after World War II.
So basically, the bad things in the past, we did nothing wrong.
Yeah, they basically want. Yeah, so because of course, because they're a nationalist party, the Dutch were also great back then. So because we murdered people in colonies, that was all good. It's for the greatness of the country, and we shouldn't apologize for that. It's stupid. It's a populism shit.
The promotion of Netherlands products is really funny, though.
We will promote the use of Dutch products. They will get a red, white, blue mark, so they will be well recognizable.
Or something like that.
We basically already do this anyway, and it's also like
everyone does it more or less a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Comes from here, maybe a little bit of flag or a bit of a sign, something like that.
Yeah, but a lot of these are just kind of weird. It's like we will constitutionally solidify that we have Judeo-Christian and humanistic roots as the dominant and leading culture in the Netherlands.
Actually, that was something that our CXU said like 10 years ago or so already, I think. In Germany too.
It's like it's one of those points that's just like.
Sorry, yes.
It's one of those points where this is already the case just from an historical perspective. So what's the point of putting it into the Constitution? Like, do we need to test our laws against the Bible? Like, the fuck does it mean?
Nah. They mean no Sharia laws. They mean we expect you that you live with our churches and crosses, but we don't want to see any Muslim things like the cloth that the women wear or whatever, stuff like that.
Yeah, but
and such.
Basically, it's a cultural thing. Our culture is what is in here, and your culture, well, you better integrate.
Yeah, but so they basically want to say your culture bad. It's just more Islamophobia.
Your culture
is what
different. Your culture not ours. Your culture not welcome.
Yeah, it's a value statement, exactly. The other part's an elected mayor, which is like currently most mayors are provided by the party that wins in the municipal election. So why do we need another election for a mayor? I'm not sure. It reintroduced the binding referendum, which is just
No.
populism. I hate it. People are really stupid. Last time we did this, it was a massive fucking mess. Subsidizing left clubs like Milieu Defensie, which is like environment groups, like we don't really subsidize these at all. So again, populism. The municipalities will not help gender stuff. Gender measures, technically. Yeah, klimaatwaanzin, climate insanity, and diversity mumbo jumbo is basically what it says. Which is just like...
Yeah, he dismisses all of that.
The fuck does this mean?
All that woke shit.
Yeah, it basically says, get rid of the woke shit. It's like...
just like that.
Yeah, I mean, Finboy, that's the thing, right? Basically, all the windmills that produce power that are everywhere in your garden, basically, right? This insanity needs to stop.
Oh,
that's how
solar
they
panels. What? Like whoa.
The solar panels, that destroy your power. The solar panels that make it so that your prices are higher, right? Right?
Een van linkse haat. Is it really that much leftist hate?
It's the same as your climate hobby, Dargan, I'm sorry to tell you. There's some other fun bits like stop culture and art subsidies, which is like the past was fantastic, but if people want to go see that, fuck them, because we should kill our musea. That's basically what he's saying. It's just
yeah, because academia is part of the woke,
What did the odds these guys actually get into government? I'm sorry to tell you that, but these guys
Very
were
big.
These were the biggest party in the country. They won by a country mile. The chance of
I saw a few people arguing they basically need the NSC or something like that.
Yeah, new social contract. They will need,
and a few people might not agree to be in a party with PPV because it's so volatile, because it's so populistic. They would lower their own reputation by that.
The thing is,
people argued that in the Paradox OT, right?
Oh yeah, because that's true. The thing is,
VVD, I think the VVD. I'm pretty sure that there would be the VVD in it.
Oh, the VVD has no spine.
Yeah. But they said, but if that breaks down, when VVD loses so much reputation, they would actually go down lower. So maybe they wouldn't join because they don't want to risk that.
There's no way the VVD wouldn't join. If they
the VVD would join. They'll govern at any cost, even if it means selling out their souls, which they already have. What I wanted to say is that the party program that I'm showing now is the wish list. It shows the true soul of the Freedom Party and what they would love to achieve. But indeed, they'll need a coalition, and therefore they will have to give up some of these points. Which ones, we don't know. It's also, it wouldn't surprise me if Wilders could like go for the absolute weird shit, and we don't. Wilders is not a rational actor. What he does in the coalition agreement, no one fucking knows, because they can do anything they want, and their base will probably follow.
Plus, all these things on his election agenda is so fake. He can just walk back on a lot of it.
Yeah, you can just say, "Oh, we did it anyway." It wouldn't surprise me if he basically, to his base, says, "We got everything we wanted," while not doing most of it because it's just impossible to do. Is there a chance of a centrist coalition of fresh elections? There is a chance of new elections, but it's very, very small. I cannot remember having to go to another election because we couldn't form a coalition in the previous one. We kind of came close last time, but
you could have a coalition of 4 or 5 smaller parties, right? Without
you could in theory have a minority government, but it's very unlikely to happen.
Very unlikely because that's not stable. That's not.
I just say, if you take out the PVV, right? How many other parties could or would join to have an actually working majority?
Go into that in a second, actually. Can the king do anything? No, he can't. The party, everyone kind of got it. It's just nationalist drivel. It's a lot of bullshit. I wouldn't think highly of it.
Blame America.
Yeah. So when you think you can take a look at like what you need, that's a very nice, well done there.
Is the NPO the Palestinian organization?
What? No, NPOs are National Broadcasting Company.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, but what if they had a party?
Anyway, so with the coalition thing, right? So is there a chance of a centrist coalition? There technically is. So one thing that would be possible would be this coalition, which is the Green and the Workers' Parties, the VVD, New Social Content, D66 together.
Hold on, this is literally everything that was the last few coalitions.
Yeah, so this would be a very nice, weird mix of left-wing, center-right, right-wing, center-right, and center groups, which in the end would be, honestly, if this would happen, because GroenLinks PvdA is the biggest, they might actually give us the prime minister, which would probably be pretty decent. That said, because the PVV is the largest, they get to take the initiative here. So they can start by getting a far-right coalition.
Question?
Yes.
You say they have or they can take initiatives, right?
Yeah.
Is it somewhere in the law or something like that the one with the most votes can start this initiative? Or
so the process is that PVV has now won. We will have the members sworn in over the coming weeks, and they will be basically not doing a whole ton. In the meantime, the PVV, the World Freedom Party, gets to appoint a formateur or a formation guidance person, basically. They will lead the talks between parties to figure out who can work together and who can come to an agreement. What will very likely happen is that the coalition that I'm showing you right now with the Freedom Party, the Neo-Libs, and New Social Contract will get around the table and just start talking with each other. What can happen is that this fails, and that they elect, because the chamber basically elects a formateur, and that they say we want someone else. Because last time this complete process blew up, actually. So this whole mess started with the previous formation coalition talks, because a note leaked where they wanted to get rid of Pieter Omtzigt, who is the leader now of New Social Contract. The VVD thought that he was too nosy and too good at figuring out their bullshit, so they wanted him kicked out of CDA, or get rid of in some way. And that backfired a bit. And backfired in the sense that it didn't hurt the VVD at all, but it hurt CDA a lot.
And so he looked for functie elders.
Yeah, Omtzigt functie elders. So Omtzigt function elsewhere, which is political speak for take him out behind the shed, basically.
Would the VVD coalition with the BBB and the CDA?
It wouldn't have enough seats, not by a long shot, because CDA and BBB both lost a lot. Oh, with the PVV.
Instead of the NSC.
That would not have enough seats. Also, the NSA is politically very close to BBB and CDA, so there wouldn't really be a reason to do so. You could, in theory, add Forum for Democracy, and this would give you a single seat majority.
Yeah, but that can blow up very easily.
Yeah, and the Forum for Democracy isn't exactly known for being stable, because last time they started with 8 members, and I think they were left with 3 at the end, because everyone left. Is there a chance for a left-wing coalition? So if we go every left-wing or left-wing-ish party, even if they wouldn't ever work together, you end up with this. The answer is no.
So you say the left is sabotaging the left?
As always.
As always.
the left-wing parties together have none. If you add center-ish parties, there is a chance, because then you add if you add CDA, BBB isn't likely, but CDA could happen, and CU could also happen. These are the Christian parties that are slightly moderate. You're not even close.
As much as many people don't like to hear or to know this, right? Quite a few people simply are scared due to whatever reason. I don't want to go into that or even discuss that, because I don't really agree with that. But they're simply scared because the prices go up, because the rent goes up, because there's less rent available. And then, of course, you have the war against Russia, which we didn't need to have. Then you have Corona, which is only a conspiracy. Then you have all the immigrants, which we could just send back, and so on. Basically, easy solutions for difficult problems, and that's just where they benefit.
You just shout, it's populism. I can give you an example of how many parties were in coalition. So the last one that fell had 4, VVD, D66 when they were still big, CDA and Christian Union. The one before that was the exact same parties. The one before that only had 2. This is the Workers' Party being really big. They got absolutely shafted by VVD. This was one of the dumbest cabinets we've ever had, because the PvdA just had no spine and got walked all over. The one before that had 3 with Freedom Party as
they weren't technically in,
party. Right? They weren't technically in, but it was a bit of a weird construction. The one before it had 3, so it can differ a bit. This one, it was a minority cabinet, which was
also a really weird one.
Look how long this one lasted. It lasted from November to February, so a total of 3 months.
Which is from the beëdiging?
No, they're from. Oh, sorry, no, my bad. You're right. It lasted from July to November. My bad. Yeah. It lasted 5 months. 4. Sorry. Dutch government. There has been one government, I think, in the past, 2 or 3 decades that actually made it till the end. Our governments have a very big tendency to fall. So this was when back with CDA was still really big. And here we have LPF. Oh, God. LPF was the previous Forum for Democracy. Lijst Pim Fortuyn, who got murdered. He got assassinated. It was a whole thing. Our Ampel with 3 is already. Dutch coalitions tend to be very, very volatile. So, to answer the question about the most left-wing coalition we could get, it's this one. This is a realistic left-ish coalition where you have the Workers' Party and the Greens working together with the VVD, NSA, and D66.
They have what? 1 or 2?
It's a 3-seat majority.
So basically, someone farted that day and he hates the other party now and no longer majority.
I would say that Dutch majorities usually, it's not like in the UK where you actually have a significant amount of people crossing the aisle. I would say in the Netherlands it doesn't happen a ton. It happens more with smaller parties, but with larger ones that doesn't happen a lot. I'm not saying it can't happen, but this would be this genuinely isn't an impossible option. I think that internally there's a lot of discussions now going on. There was news all around about the NSA, the new party, having discussions about if they actually want to join Wilders. People across the aisle in the UK, yeah, they do. It happens quite a few times that people
I don't think the party whip is very...
Yeah, but because in the UK, you're in the Netherlands as well, by the way, a person is elected, not a party, to any seat. So yeah, you can get the party whip revoked, but who gives a shit? You already left the party at that point. It doesn't matter.
That has happened before, by the way.
Yeah.
That someone left in the middle of during a session, and then they became independent.
Yeah, so in the Netherlands, VVD, NSC, and BBB see that Wilders isn't ignorable, which I think is bullshit because they just don't want to make hard statements. But a lot of internal discussion is going on everywhere about do we actually want to, be in a coalition with the Freedom Party. I think no one is actually going to publicly denounce them because they want to see what they actually bring to the table.
Yeah, they want to see how pliable they are, since
they want to, because one of the reasons that that's something I've been want to show for a bit. These are the polls for the PVV. They went from 18 seats, the 12th, which is, a week ago, to 27 seats in the poll, and they overperformed this by, what is it? 3 standard deviations. You would have to you would basically pull this line through to the election date, and you get their actual results, 35 seats. And you see not every party, but NSA, was it VVD? Also, they didn't lower a lot in the last few days. CDA also didn't, but where are you? NSA dropped a ton in the final days, because these were all floating voters that were kind of looking around to see where they could go to. What was the other party? Yeah, BBB had the same effect. So these are all people that fled to the PVV because Wilders, in the final few days, made a speech where he kind of backpedaled on a few things. See if I can find the interview.
I'm sure that made him look real strong.
Yeah. Where can I find the actual quote that made the paraphrasing basically was, there are bigger issues in the country right now than all of these hardline topics. And a lot of people saw that basically, oh, he's not as racist anymore, therefore I can vote for him now because I hate immigrants, but I'm not a racist, so therefore I didn't want to vote for Wilders, but now he's an acceptable choice. Basically, he backpedaled on a bit more of his extreme statements, and that suddenly made him a much more palatable choice, despite all that extremity still being in the party program and still being in his core support.
Yeah, if he really says he's going to be less hardline, then maybe I could see him doing well in the formation process.
But I don't see it happening. I think
the man behind this whole thing has remained the same, and so probably it's very
possible. Maybe he will be less bad after he's now in power. Maybe just light him into power. There were a few people like that.
He also said that as a minister, as a prime minister, he is the prime minister of all the Dutch people, and therefore he wouldn't be as extreme there. But that's all words, and we'll have to see his actual actions there. Another thing that happened is that the VVD said that they're willing to work together with him, that they didn't a priori, exclude him from negotiations, which frankly they should have, based on the statements he made before then. But I assume what happened is that a lot of people didn't vote for PVV because they were kind of like, oh, it's a thrown away vote, because it'll just go to the opposition and there they can't do anything. And now because there's a chance he actually gets into government, it's a safer vote. So a lot of people were like, okay, I agree with his populist statements, so I will vote for him now. And that's how you get a populist leading the country.
Who are the other people calling the shots in the PVV?
Nobody.
There isn't anyone else calling the shots.
It's only the Messiah.
It's literally just Wilders.
Technically, you need to have 2 members, I believe, or something. But he has himself and his company that sponsors him, which is only consists of Geert Wilders. It's something really dumb.
Basically, a Trump party. A party that's only brought forward by the person.
Or one of his MPs, maybe.
I mean, technically, there were other people in this party, right?
I'm not sure. I know nowadays it's only him and his shell company. The thing is, yeah, he makes a policy together with other people, but he is the one driving it all.
I mean, I'm not sure how much input these people have.
I assume not a lot, maybe with the wording, but not the rough ideas.
Yeah, I assume all of this is his vision, and all of that we just talked about. The whole party program. But we can't know that, not for sure.
Yeah, you can take a look where his support came from. So a lot of people that voted the Freedom Party before, 80% voted for them again. Which is fairly high. But a lot of their voters came from VVD, non-voters before, Forum.
Because suddenly it was acceptable to vote for him.
Yeah. People wouldn't vote for him because, like, or they would like to, but didn't do it. Because why would you vote for someone that's not even going to get into government?
Do you think it was the only or the main choice, or also something like?
It's a combination.
Or something like I still hate every other party. I still don't see anything else. I still want to vote, protest, or whatever else, and that also helped doing that.
It's
going to be people just don't. Yeah. Some people just don't vote.
In the latest vote for Bavaria, for example, right, and I think also in Hesse also, which we had like 2 months or 1 month ago, the AfD also had quite a few winnings, like 8 to 10% plus, which is disturbing. And many of those were not because I think people thought it's now acceptable, but because they are still pissed because they thought it's only getting worse, we need more protests, or I hate what happened. Basically, they felt the voices were not heard by the parties, by the other parties, and so they doubled down basically on their protest vote. That's what I felt happened in the German votes there. Do you think that's comparable or something completely different?
I think
this time,
and then the PVV.
I think this time some people just went shopping and saw PVV is suddenly acceptable now.
PVV is also, like, Wilders is also a good speecher. He's a good debater. So he knows how to get sound bites. That would have helped. I think there are still people that do protest votes because they hate VVD.
And you see how much VVD went to PVV this time.
Yeah,
there's a lot. They were disappointed by.
Yeah, because they were disappointed by Wilders. So maybe what also was another thing we haven't even mentioned. He's not a good debater, but everyone else is kind of shit. Another thing we haven't talked about is that a lot of party leaders left this cycle. A lot of new faces leading government. And that's going to be a factor. Another thing that might be... this is very much like projecting, and maybe, well, not really projecting, but like putting words in their mouths. But the leader of the VVD is Isilgos, who is a... how do I say this? That's a very foreign-looking name. Yeah, the former PM is gone. Rutte is out. Thank fucking God.
You sounds very foreign. Yeah.
Rutte so this is gone.
So this is Dylan. This is the current leader of the VVD. If you're a VVD voter, but you're also kind of racist, you wouldn't want an immigrant woman on leading your party now, wouldn't you? So you go to...
No. She's not wearing a hijab. So she's
you're right.
Clearly enlightened through the Western culture. Think Nitro. No, Denk Nitro. Denk.
Denk.
Fucking Denk, man. But yeah, I assume that might have also played a role. That people were they would like to vote for Rutte, but now that he's gone, they need to, rethink, who do I want to vote for? And then Wilders is on the...
To be fair, I think it's a similar effect like the CDU had in Germany with Merkel. Basically, Merkel reigned for a pretty long time and through kind of difficult times. And now she said, nope, it's enough, I stop.
Yeah.
And the one person people know, people were tended to vote because that was the secure vote, is suddenly gone. Because it's not just a party vote, it's very much also a person vote. The person that is the top person, that will be your president, your chancellor, or whatnot. And people tend to vote for that person also. It's very much a personal vote too.
People's bills accept the former people should the proper cause and ask why to them.
Yeah, Finboy, that's a think party. So a think party. Think, Finboy, think.
Mort, I'm pretty sure that is part of why people will be reflecting on what happened, but in my experience, the average Dutch voter is also just a little stupid. Unfortunately. So I think it's a mix of things. Like, yeah, of course, why are they voting for PVV all of the moment? But in my experience, it flips around so much, and you can't really pin it down to a few single things. It's a combination of a lot of things. Yeah, this is the Denk Party program, and I'm not going to go through it very quickly. I just want to show you some of the beautiful art they've made.
Does het mean dine or your?
Het is like now is the moment.
Here. So the moment.
Now is the moment.
Now is the moment.
Why are you writing that way? Isn't it Russian basically to write it het, or is it something different?
Yeah,
what? That's different. No, that's no.
But they have a het, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the H is a different letter. That's not.
That's besides the point. Okay.
It's just so weird that it basically means the, but you have it the other way around and mixed up basically.
I don't fully know, but it's very, very irrelevant. Regardless.
No. Please tell me no.
All right. 10 thinkers. Now's the moment. So here's some wonderful things. We have Wilders behind bars. We have the Dutch government at the moment. Dutch society. Solid. By the way, I've never seen a van like this.
I would like to see a van like that.
Sitting data motivate. As far as I know, there's no motivation of why people voted anyway. We only know information about which party they voted for.
Wait. Are they against left and against right?
Yes.
Yeah, so they are left. They are left conservative.
No, they're a German party. They hate everyone.
That's right.
I would vote for them just for that.
Too bad you're not Swamp German.
Or maybe too good. Because that is so silly. That's like a protest party for me, so how it looks like.
There's just a lot of really dumb stuff.
Both sides! Every side, everything! Holy shit.
Like, another one's like, I'm not going to go into the policy, but just like the imagery of sometimes is really funny. Oh, this one's great. I love this design.
Oh, what is this? Is Franz Timmermans one of the party, or is he an enemy?
That's the party. That's the party leader of the Greens and the Workers' Party list.
I look at that and I'm not sure. Does he mean if you vote Denk, you will get more money? Or?
No. So this means don't let yourself be robbed. And he's implying that Timmermans will take your money with the taxes on plastic.
Wow. Because I'm looking at that, and I'm not seeing what they mean, right? And I see, look at all these taxes around us, but if you vote for us, you get more money.
Yeah, but so this is... Look, no, he's wearing black, that means he's a robber, right?
Yeah.
Hey, that's racist.
And this one is just... it's peak design.
That is from what called? That's from what called?
I love it. So dumb. The other one is like fine, whatever.
Is it actually?
Yeah,
no longer wait for housing, make healthcare affordable. This is Palestine because they're immigration party.
This is very controversial nowadays.
He also has to pay taxes with nice clip art arm. Truly wonderful.
It's great. I love it.
Bunch of texts. Look at us being nice. Look at me figuring out how
multiculturalism works.
like this overlaying is just.
Oh no! Sorry, graphics design is his passion.
I'm talking about the graphic design. It's just awful. But it gets kind of worse.
Oh
no. Bi people are the future, of course. I like the hand overlaid shittily over the image below it. You can't see what the fuck's going on here, but...
What does that even mean? I mean, if you don't understand Dutch, right, and only see this picture, what does that mean? You reach a hand to black people, and that's probably good?
No, I mean, it's all about the youth. What
I
they
mean, I have no
probably
idea. But they all have darker skin, right? And they reach their hands. So basically, hand reaching is often meant as we work together, we help each other, right? So certainly that means it's good.
I think you're thinking too
Somehow.
much about this.
This is a real word anchor.
What else would this mean? We help each other.
This is more nice overlaying.
And wait, that means a social land, right?
Yeah, social country. Yeah.
And look how the woman looks.
Very disturbed.
Oh, no.
That's how it is right now, you know.
This is a social country. Yeah, homeless people. It's very social. Huh. The funny thing is, Caroline, I was president of a voting office during the elections, and we had an English guy who wanted to come vote for his partner.
Wait,
Which
Oh.
no, it's not allowed. We send him home.
If she has a slip like she's not allowed to vote on her own or something like that.
No, she like you can in the Netherlands
Only if
you can
only
vote
if
for two other people. Like they will fill in some information. You can vote for them, like your wife, your grandmother, whatever.
Yeah, for something like that. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
Except
I
in Germany, it's just very rare also.
It's just on the back of the what's it called?
Yeah, of your
Your
vote,
ticket?
Stempos. On the back of your voting pass, you can fill in. Someone else can vote for you, but you have to vote. You have to vote yourself as well at the same time.
Ah.
You have to.
You have to. Yes, it's to prevent people
But
from
what if
collecting
you are in a different
multiple
voting
votes.
station?
What? What do you mean?
In Germany, you are assigned to a certain voting station.
You are allowed to vote
No.
anywhere in the municipality,
Okay, no, we don't have that.
but
The
you
entire
can.
gemeente.
Yeah, the municipality, but you can also get a kiezerspas, a voter's pass, where you can vote anywhere in the country. So there's ways.
So
But
in
you have to
Germany,
ask that, right?
Yeah, you have to request that.
Germany, you can say you would like to vote via letter vote, and then you can just throw it in, right? Or you have a slip where it tells you, "Hey, you live here in this district, so please go to this street to vote." And then you have to go to this street to vote, not anywhere else.
No, they
And
recommend
if
you. They give you
and
tell
if
you.
you are in the wrong location, they tell us, sorry, you are in the wrong location. Please go over there.
No,
Yeah, you
we
can-
do anywhere
Okay.
in the
Anywhere in the
Oh, okay.
municipality.
Then,
They
then
do
it's fine.
tell you
That's my
the-
problem with understanding this use case.
Yeah, they tell you the closest voting office, which you can go anywhere. But yeah, you have to post your own ballot at the same time, your own vote. And this guy was English, so he couldn't. His Dutch was actually pretty good, though. Kind of impressed there. But I want to scroll down because I want to find this one's pretty fun. It's how criminal. That's how we see all these. Look at like the transparency
said-
of the image behind it. It's just
I think
Mwah.
you said that DENK is a party for immigrants, basically,
yeah.
or for
Yeah.
people of foreign ancestry or something like
the
that.
allochtone, as they call it here.
The what?
Allochtone, the
Foreign heritage, basically.
Okay. And they
As
really
opposed
doubled
to
down on that, huh?
autochtone.
So basically, in Germany, they would vote, or they would try to get all the German Turkish votes or something like that. No, Karin, specifically for people that are
I think he's gone.
heritage, right? That probably wouldn't be a problem for Germans, but for people of I don't know, Turkey and stuff like that, right?
I missed half of what you were saying. Sorry. So I'm not sure.
I said the DENK party is probably for people of foreign heritage that look foreign, like people from Turkey and whatnot.
I mean, technically, they're for like everyone that has a foreign heritage, but yeah, they focus mostly on immigrants of Turkish and Moroccan heritage.
I mean, that's a rather large group.
It's a
since
large
the,
group, yeah.
Because of the gastarbeiders back in the day.
That's some really nice imagery here.
All this shitty transparency, man.
Do we want to? I mean, just look at this, right? Every people here it looks like a Mediterranean or is black or with a hijab or something like that. So it was an easy idea to have.
Yes.
That's it.
Death's Head has an Death's Head.
Yeah, I'm
has
taking a
a
look
question.
now. What are the odds they get into government and promptly shit the bed, creating their popularity?
100%.
they get into government, I would say about 85% chance they get into it. That they shit the bed is about 100% chance. They don't know how to govern. They've been permanently opposition. Their plans aren't executable. If it destroys their popularity, I'm not sure, because part of their base, part of the people that voted for them are floating voters, so they wouldn't per se vote for them at all. But part of it is the core, they won't ever lose it.
And part of that is, of course, how they communicated, right? We would well like to do it, but we couldn't due to our other coalition partners. But we couldn't do it due to the current laws. We tried, but the EU forbid us, right?
Yeah,
I could imagine similar things to the BBB. I expect that they told everyone, we'll make it so that the products are cheaper, that farmers can produce more, no restrictions, and then they say, we would like to do it, but the EU said no pesticides anymore.
Yeah, but that's also going on with the BBB indeed at the moment, where they got really big in the provincial elections, but the law is that we have certain nitrogen emission stuff, and they have to execute that. There's no debate about that. So you see people kind of get angry that the
water is in a really bad state due to that, I think.
It's soil as well. A lot of just too much nitrogen acidifies soil and makes everything a little shitty.
And to that you got stuff from from the EU and from the state, right? Where I said you are not allowed to use that much nitrogen, so not enough.
No, you're not. It's about production, because cattle and industry produces nitrous oxide.
But I also thought it would be much on the fields, right? So not just the cattle, but also many of the fruit and the vegetables that you produce.
Anything you do
have very much of that, right? So that's
it's like the fertilizer.
They grow better or easier. And
fertilizer
alternatives
is nitrogen.
More expensive and like that. Yes, thank you very much. And
you didn't know
that would become more
is,
expensive. They would have much less money and so on. And so that was a big part of the strikes you had, I think, earlier in the year and the year before, right? That it would become more expensive, more difficult to have higher yields.
No, that was all just been nonsense. The thing is that what's it called again? They were complaining that the yields would go down, but we already had exceptions with regards to say how much manure you could put on your field, and those exceptions were going to be gone, and they were protesting about that. The farmers, it's a bit of a combination of things. On the one hand, you have the farmers that just didn't have any future perspective and never looked ahead and just keep building bigger and bigger farms. That said, that was also encouraged by banks, for example. They didn't like to actually give out loans to smaller farms that wanted to be more sustainable. They would rather subsidize bigger farms.
So basically also min-max to the nines.
Kind of.
So
yeah,
more,
and then
more monocultures and so on, which are more risky in fact, but have higher yields. Stuff like that.
Kind of. I mean, not really, but just at the size of farms. And then suddenly the government comes along and goes like, oh, by the way, this legislation that we already knew was coming for a decade, but didn't tell you about, now has come knocking. And now we have to fix this very, very quickly, because the right-wing government never actually wanted to tell people it was all go to shit. So they just kept postponing everything until the EU basically came knocking and said, you can't do this. And then there were some lawsuits that basically said, the government is actively destroying our nature by allowing this emission of nitrous oxides. And then a ton of construction work was stopped, and people actually started realizing we have to make legislation to stop this. And then we go back to, right, okay, we have to stop these large farming projects by law, but how do we do that? How do we execute that? And the farmers basically say we don't want to at all. How much the BBB was real farmers and how much it was right-wing populist cosplaying? I would say the BBB was actually a lot of real farmers. But that doesn't mean they don't have to be populist. A lot of the BBB platform was also just, we will stop nitrogen legislation without realizing how that actually works. So the BBB's backing, like their voting base, they're mostly farmers, of course, and they were very heavily impacted, but a lot of them, a lot of them, it sounds so crude to say, but a lot of them just don't think about it. They didn't denk. Because
again, the denk meme.
Because basically, the farmers just want to keep going what they do. Why can't these laws be changed? What laws do you mean, Kaladin? On the one end, you have the law that says you can't emit too much nitrogen. Like, no, because the EU has determined this. So the nitrogen laws are a result of climate effects. Basically, the government said we want to stop the effect of climate gases, very crudely said, on our country. This includes the diversity and the soil, basically. And if you have too much nitrogen in the air, it acidifies your soil and it kills biodiversity, and that has a massive knock-on effect in nature, like really, really big effects. Why can't they be repealed? Because they're part of previous laws about the environment, and they're also part of EU law. So yeah, of course, any law can be adjusted, but it won't.
I mean, Kaladin, see it as a law that is made by the nation of the United States, and it's done for every state, and the states have federally, and the states have to ensure that it's done correctly.
Yeah,
and then the state of, I don't know, Nebraska goes wild. Oh, you can't do this. We do it exactly like that. We always want to do it like this.
Yeah, it's also basically there were also lawsuits that federal law. It's saying EU law can also be changed, but practically it won't. Here, what also happens is that there were lawsuits against the government that said you are not actually doing your duty by not enforcing these nitrogen laws or these environmental laws in this specific nitrogen case. And that forced the government to then enforce those laws and start working with it. And that kind of set off everything, because what happened then is that the easy thing to do to lower nitrogen emission was stop building anything. So we had a few good months where nothing was getting done construction-wise because we couldn't emit the nitrogen. We needed new licenses and new permits for everything. And if you look at what emits nitrogen in the country, and farm animals are a massive part of that. And then the thing is agriculture big in the Netherlands? The answer is it's fucking massive. But it's massive for no good reason. Let me see, like food exporters.
I mean, it's massive because we make a good amount of money. That's the good reason for it, basically, right? And that's also the question why the farmers keep doing it, because it makes them money, and if they change what they're currently doing, it makes them less money. Just like every other
every country needs an economy. Yeah, so the fun thing is kind of then we mostly just export all of our meat. Let's see here. What country is the largest? I wonder what should be like meat.
I mean, you say that, Kaladin, but you can change or adjust it over decades. It's not like this was a change that came around just now and you need to change it tomorrow.
The issue was we kind of have to, because the government lied to everyone or didn't say anything about it. Like they knew for decades we had to change this and change our dependency. But they just didn't tell anyone.
Something like this law for that will come into effect in 5 years or something like that.
Yeah. We had that exactly for the manure, the manure spreading thing, the manure runoff thing, whatever it was exactly. Like the Dutch government knew for ages that exception would end this year. They just didn't tell the farmers until like a few months beforehand.
Okay, so it wasn't a law that was changed, but some regulation that ran out.
Yeah, but they knew that and they just neglected to say anyone.
Yeah, but that would be my point, right? If you have a law, then you need to change the law. But if it's something that runs out, and of course you don't have to tell anyone, you can say, well, we expect you to take a look at this, right? And I guess that was their point of view, because they didn't to tell them, as you just said, right? Since that would hurt their votes, I assume.
So to get back to Kaladin points,
no, it's a short-term value. Dev said, because if you tell them, then in the short term they will hate you, and maybe they didn't want to have this.
Yeah, no, they just wanted to make sure that they wouldn't be hit for too much. But I want to
Yep.
go to what Kaladin is saying about every country needs an economy, and exports are part of that. Like, you're not wrong, but it's a disproportionate large amount of our economy. Of our of nitrogen emissions compared to the importance to the economy, because farming for us is like, it's not negligible, right? It's not unimportant. But the thing is, the farmers, they go a lot of like, we make sure that there's food on your table, and we're very important for the Netherlands.
Your farmers are very present.
And we
If
export
our
all of
farmers
their
have,
shit.
if our farmers have a problem, you maybe read about it in the news. If your farmers have a problem, you can't use your motorways any longer. They're like the French in that regard, right? I remember that your farmers, they blockaded streets for weeks.
Yeah,
It was insane for us.
they didn't block it. They didn't block it for weeks, but they
Yeah,
did.
but
They
that
did
was how
cause
it
a lot of
was
disruption.
presented in the media, right? And of course, this is, I guess, would also be presented that way in your Netherlands or Dutch media.
I still don't know how everyone didn't get arrested during those protests.
Oh, because the farmers are like, they didn't want to lose the political clout. But to kind of, wind this up, basically, the farmers party definitely consists of real farmers. Like, I've seen in person the people speak for them, what they are in parliament, right? In provincial parliament, where I saw them speech. But they have a sense of overinflated value for what they bring to the country, and especially if you look at the impact that their industry has on the country and on the environment within the Netherlands, it's very clear that something has to be done there. One of the things the government has been doing was to force to buy out their farms, but a lot of people have been resisting that to kind of a weird degree. Like, the issue is that some people have been wanting to be bought out, but the really, really big farms, they kind of resisted the very industrialized farming, which produce a lot of the nitrogen. They want to continue having a job and decent quality of life.
Right.
I would, if they could farm without impact, I agree, but that's not the world we live in anymore. We don't live in a world where you can have a job that is basically destroy your local environment so someone in the US can eat Dutch beef. It's just not sustainable anymore.
Oh no, the Americans can do that locally too.
Yeah, it's a realism thing. I don't like forcefully buying out farmers, and yeah, they do get a voice, and that's what the PBB is all about. But you can't. The government can't just renege on anything agreements they make. We don't want to become like the U.S. where you just leave every single thing, every single agreement you're in, just because you don't like them. They're there for a reason.
I mean,
you get a voice, but sometimes there is the decision made by the government that a single person, or maybe a single town, or even a single location, or whatever, they have, not to suffer, but they have to stand behind the others and need to take a step back. For example, not just for farms, right? But even if you want to create streets or trains or whatever, in that case, often villages get bought up and people need to leave their location because suddenly there's a road going through or a mining operation is going through. It's nothing new. And that could, of course, also happen to farmers because you say, what you do, that's just not feasible. We need to stop it.
Yeah, but now we're not building, an open air mine, but we're making sure that our, ecodiversity doesn't die.
Yeah, but I guess in that case, the farm gets closed and you build up some national park or whatever, right?
So, So Kaladin, that's part of the issue, is that the type of farming that was promoted by certain institutions within the country wasn't.
And the EU?
What?
No.
No. It was unsustainable. They were basically going.
But I have known, at least from the EU, right? There are special things that the EU wants that you produce, not in your country, but overall, and you get a certain amount of subsidies depending on what you produce.
I am not entirely sure, but it's also not per se relevant for.
I would have thought so, because if they want you to produce milk, for example, you get cows, so they produce milk, and they have then more CO2 costs, for example, like that, right?
I'm not sure, but
I mean, that's how I understood how the EU subsidizing for grass stuff actually works. The EU says in the EU, you have a certain amount of milk, of cheese, of meat, of this vegetable and that vegetable, right? And they subsidize accordingly. And then the farmers do produce accordingly.
Oh, that could be, but the thing is the Dutch overproduce. But it seems like some sympathy would help a lot with the issue.
The money, right?
Kaladin, it's such a messy discussion. Like, I agree with your point, and I personally also think that sympathy would help a lot. And it's like I'm presenting the issue much more jaded than it really is. But there has been paying to farm them differently. There have been subsidies. There have been efforts to work with the farmers in this, definitely over the past few years. It's not like we suddenly just started buying them all out and forcing them out. But it was forced to be jaded by certain groups that were extremely resistant towards change on both sides. Yes, you had people on the left that basically went, we need to buy them all out, and we need to, stop them doing this instantly. But you also have people on the right going, the climate change is fake news, and we should stop them now. Stop doing all this, climate hobbies and shit. So, and because of that endless delay tactics, because of just kicking the can down the road, the problem only got worse. And then the government is forced to do these sort of very unsympathetic and not very nice things because their hand was forced. It's a very shitty situation. Basically blame Rutte. They kicked the can down the road so much, that's why we ended up at this point.
I mean, I would like to say blame Rutte, but I think it's the journalist system in the West.
It's a combination of things.
I overdo it a little bit, but it's normal, right? As long as you can kick the can down, everyone kicks the can down, and then suddenly it explodes. It's a big problem, and then suddenly you need a solution, then you actually do it. But only then.
Yeah. And so now we get the issue where the situation's become so jaded that even mentioning the concept of, buying out farms is enough to polarize any discussion. Yeah, it's like, the other option is to... The thing is, people want to go, for example, people on the Bay go like, we want to build more housing. Then the government would go, we'd like that, but we can't because there's a limit on how much nitrogen we can produce, and to make space there, we need to stop farming. Maybe find something that's not buying out of farms. On the short term, there's no solution. It's not possible. The only way to
be a short term, just close all the farms?
No, like what we did before. Stop any construction. Stop any and all construction in the whole country. That's what we did before. What we had to do. I would love a solution.
Any construction for everything or only for farms?
Oh no, any construction in general, like roads, housing, all construction was stopped for a while.
That's insane.
Because we couldn't produce the nitrogen anymore. If you don't try, but we are trying. Like, I'm not saying the nitrogen reductions are only coming from the farmers, but I'm saying that there's such a significant portion of nitrogen emissions in the country.
Farms or farmers are not only being problematic as in the Netherlands, right?
Try to find.
In other countries like in Spain or the US, for example, there are also big problems due to water issues, for example, because the farmers keep producing the things which have a high yield, a high amount of money, but are not really sustainable.
So this is the amount of nitrogen that it gets deposited in the country and where it originates from. 32% comes from foreign countries. 3% comes from the sea, 9% comes from industry and civilization, 12% comes from traffic, and 45% comes from agriculture. Like,
yeah,
and
45%.
If you ignore the fraction that comes from abroad and from sea, they are over 75% of the deposition. You can't say we should do something else than buy out the farms.
Yeah, but the thing is, how much of that do you again export nitro? From the 45%?
This is what gets deposited in the country. So this is what actually lands inside nature.
I meant 45% of these are from agriculture, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And from agriculture, how much of these do you export?
None? This is what gets deposited in the country.
No,
This is
I
what
meant
stays
if
here.
you export
Oh,
32%
from our agriculture. I'm not sure what the fractions, but we export a
No,
lot.
I thought earlier you said something like you export 32% of the farmer's product, something like that. Maybe I misremembered that. Because that is technically things that you did not have to produce. To
Oh,
have
we export
these
a lot
high
of food. I'm trying to see if I can find how much we export compared to what we keep inside the country. But
I mean, that would be an
um,
interesting number,
okay,
but
so
we can skip it. It's
netto
just interest for me.
we export around 34 billion euros of agricultural products, more than we would import them.
Good question, Anderson. I don't know if the part is chemical
ammonia?
or if
No.
natural.
It's nitrous
I think the
oxide.
problem is the total amount, right?
It's like nitrous oxides get emitted, they get deposited in the ground, and there they react with other things to form, for example, ammonia. I'm like, yeah,
actually the farms employ at least modern farms.
They don't employ that many
relatively a low amount of people for what they it's all highly automatized.
We employ a lot of
the main
people.
Problem with cattle farming and nitrogen emissions, the dung that they produce.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I missed half of the question.
Is the main problem with the cattle farming and their ammonia?
Oh yeah, cattle farming is definitely an issue. We have so many goddamn farm animals.
So you could, I don't know, put that in a biogas generator.
I don't think it's practical to actually catch it off. But yeah, in general, there isn't a real discussion here. There are many sources that force us to lower the deposition of nitrous oxides and nitrous compounds in the environment. And to do that, everything has to contribute, and so does traffic. That's why we're lowering the speed limit, for example, because when we go from 130 to 100, that already lowers nitrous oxide emissions by a very significant amount. Industry is also forced to change, but we can't actually make a meaningful impact without looking at farming. And there are various ways to do that, but a pretty big one of them is just to stop people from farming. Yes, you can make things more efficient, but having a gazillion farting cows is kind of, there isn't a way to reduce that by actually reducing the amount of livestock we have. There's been discussion about halving the amount of livestock we have. And we kind of just have to. Hey there, Shadow. It impacts you very little. Actually, technically, maybe sort of a bit. If Wilders wants to do some funny business with ASML, the chip producer in the country, that is very, very important. Yeah, Kaladin, I agree that coercion isn't fun, but we kind of have to. We're too far.
And you don't have to, but you should, because your goal is to lower this CO2.
Yeah, right? like if we want to adhere to what the country said we would do, like lower the impact of environmental change, we have to. It's too late to do anything else because the can has been.
You want to impact the impact from the climate change, and you see a big way to do this is to lower CO2, and then you look at your numbers and see 45% are from farming, so we should have less from farming. And a big amount of this farming, again, is from various animals that are grazing, so you should reduce that.
You just reduce the livestock, and what's the way to reduce it? Just stop people from farming. Yeah, it's like...
In the end, prices go up for meat, but you can live with that. Maybe
that's the fun thing, because most of the meat we eat isn't Dutch. That's the thing, right? We export most of it.
You export all of it and then import it from Argentina again or something like that.
We are like the largest meat exporter in the European Union. It's like we re-import most of our shit. Like we don't eat Dutch tomatoes. We eat Spanish ones here.
Because they're cheaper.
Yeah,
because the Dutch tomatoes are like, let's say, €1 per kilo just for an easy price, right? And the Dutch ones are 50%, and then when they are delivered, it's 25% more, but it's still 25% cheaper. That's welcome in the modern world. That's how it works. It's a bit crazy, but it's just how it works. If you can sell it for more expensive outside, then you do it, of course, right? But Nitro, maybe you're lucky in the future. The Spanish may no longer be able to do that because they don't have enough water. So, you know.
But yeah, the whole nitrogen thing, it's there isn't really a big discussion to be had anymore there. We have to do something about it. And the way we do it...
I mean, it's not just for CO2, it's really also for your, what you said earlier, right? For your land and the water. Because it's really, really bad.
Oh, yeah, also another fun thing.
Really bad.
It was about forest preservation here.
It's multiple things, because also the water gets acidified due to all the nitrogen in the
and then,
air.
of course, the water goes into the woods. The water goes into the meadows, goes into other farms and whatnot.
Reclaim more than
goes into the swamps and whatever else it is. It's really dangerous to have too much of that. But anyways...
Yeah. Anyway, there was more I wanted to show here. Oh, this is the one that I was looking for.
What the fuck is this? Is this Cyberpunk?
The biggest wasters demand the cleanest water to wash their hands.
Really makes you think. Oh, that's really a door anchor.
It really wants to make you think with whatever the fuck this is supposed to represent.
Don't tell anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's meant to be like Shell, Tata Steel, you know, BP, ESSA, KLM, some more things I can barely read. Yeah, so they have a lot of... Oh, yeah, they said they wanted to, we want to lower emissions, but we also want to raise the speed limit to 130 with a test to go to 140 kilometers an hour, which is just...
Can we just ban cars already?
They want to have, special air,
Human rights.
They want to have, areas... Yeah, mobility is a universal human right, is what it says.
Mobility... that is stuff you need to use 130 kilometers, not 100, what you just said, right?
Yeah, but so they go we want to improve public transport, but at the same time, because they're populists, they go, but you should be able to drive your car far too fast. So you get there 5 minutes earlier and you burn far more fuel.
Buses are allowed to drive 150, but they can't. So only 100. So actually, in the end, they still win.
I think they mentioned that somewhere here. Where is that?
I mean, how many people do we actually have in the Netherlands?
18 million.
18 million? So you're really a urbanized country, whatever you say, right? Even the next village to the next village is probably very close, not like Germany.
20 minutes. Basically nothing.
I mean, in my town, right? If I want to go to work, per car it's 45 to 50 minutes. Per public transport, it's between 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, I know. It's it's a whole different. That's
but I mean, I would love to be in the public transport. Just go into the bus for 5 minutes, then go into the train, and then arrive. But that's not happening. So
yeah, but here at least.
I'm very happy that I can use my car and it is cheap.
No, but I'm not saying that
amount, right?
I'm not saying but sure, cars are still, they will always have their space. But the thing is that raising the speed limit isn't going to solve any issues. It's going to make them worse. Go for
they want to raise it?
Yeah, they want to raise it.
It's 120 right now, right?
No, it's 100.
Sorry, 100.
You could have speed limit of 100 on the highway?
100 or 120 depends on the time of day on the highway.
On the time of day?
Yeah, changes depending on the time of day. In the evening,
you're really
at night, you can drive faster. And during the day,
in the evening,
yeah,
during the day, you can view easier.
No, so during the day you have lower emissions, so you have less pollution, and less noise.
But it's still the same pollution overall, right?
No, it's not. No.
Oh no! The engines have to work a lot harder at high speeds.
The way emissions.
No.
Work,
I mean, the pollution. If you have
It's no. Okay, so
pollution in the day and pollution in the night is still 100.
No. So the faster you drive, the more pollution you produce. It's not a linear thing; it's a square.
Yeah, sure, but in the evening, I thought the people drive home, so many people are on the way.
No. It's after 7, so it's like at night, basically.
Okay.
It's actually more to the fourth power.
Yeah, sorry, you're right.
God.
It's even more than a square. It's to the 4th power. So going from 130 to 100 is one of the first measures the government did to create more freedom to start building things again in the nitrogen budget we have. So Denk saying we want to go back to 130 and maybe even 140 is just inane. It's just completely crazy. And that's like their populist part. I'm like, I don't get it.
I was just thinking about security, because usually in the day it's easier to see things, and a few people have issues seeing in the night. So maybe I thought, okay, during the day you can drive faster.
No,
That's just car brain. There's no reason why you have to go fast if there's fucking what's it called again?
Yeah, but if you had a reason, I would say, okay, security during the day. That would have been my way of thought, right?
Yeah, but a bad driver is going to be dangerous at 130, 100, or 90.
Yeah, but
could be a traffic reduction thing. No, they took a look at it, and actually driving faster doesn't really have a it has an impact. You can be at locations faster, but it doesn't reduce traffic that much.
The problem is
that doesn't matter when you're stuck in a Randstad anyway.
Yeah, I think when you're stuck in a jam.
You can only drive 130 anyways if the people before you drive 130. If they all drive 120, you will only be driving 120.
So the answer obviously is just one more lane. Just need to expand the highways a little more.
How many lanes do I have already?
I think we have 6 in each direction at the moment. At the A2, I think.
That still doesn't solve jack shit in the Randstad.
The Randstad.
Randstad. That's the area around Randstad.
Yeah, please say it with more.
Randstad.
You sound too nice. Can't do this as Proto-Germans. So they want to do it to 130. Yeah, okay, that's
see
a bit
tiny
crazy.
highway. It's not that big.
And they want to say it's a universal right.
See?
It makes it even more stupid.
That's partly also of like public transport. But it's another one of those things where
wait,
how we'll pay
they
for
count
it,
car as public transport?
No. But like that's part of the mobility statement they make.
They're trying to appeal to the car brains around.
Yeah, but no. You know what? I don't want to understand it.
Welcome to Denk.
I don't want to tank. I want to drink.
How bad will the incoming government be for the car reduction policy that a lot of people have been praising the Netherlands for? It's something the Wilders would love to get rid of, but it's probably one of those things they'll quickly drop. It's also that existing legislation is more difficult to amend than making new stuff. So, they would like to get rid of it, but practically I don't think they will.
I imagine this is going to be a no-go with the other coalition members anyway.
Because it's also like by law, law can be changed, but whatever. By law, we have to reduce emissions by a certain amount, and if all the policies the PVV wants to put through, we'll never make that. So,
I mean, just do the German way. Just don't even try.
Just don't even try. Just ignore it.
I mean, we got our Wiesinger, our Minister of Transport or something like that, and he doesn't even try. It's a bit ridiculous by now, to be honest.
Visual design is my passion. What the fuck is this transparency gradient? I hate this so much.
No, it's great. You should love that.
It is great.
Look at it. You could have done that as a student. As a student for your PowerPoint.
It's true. No, I made nicer PowerPoints.
Are you sure?
Oh, this is almost an infographic here.
The fuck is this? Accessible care, nice.
This is really weird.
0% tax on groceries. Like, sorry, not all groceries, but like vegetables and fruit. Lesson from Corona crisis.
BTW.
BTW, Belasting toegevoegde waarde. It's VAT, yeah.
It's VAT, yeah.
0%. Oh, that's
I mean,
Okay.
on food, I can get
It's
it.
9%, right?
It's currently 9% on these type of foods. Yes.
I mean, such stuff is also cheaper in Germany. I'm not sure how exactly it is. I think 9 instead of 16 or 9 instead of 19, something like that.
21.
Yeah,
But I
it's
would
9
still-
instead of. The
But I
three
would
different
still
ones, yeah.
assume you would tax the cell because it's still a certain amount of work that has to be done, and the state usually wants to have
No, but it's a
this amount of
subsidy.
work
It's an
for that.
effective. It's an effective subsidy at that point.
Yeah, it would be a super subsidy. And
I mean, you
what
go
does
from 9
overheight
to
mean?
government. So this one is a lesson from the Corona crisis. Stop the government. It's probably part of like the lockdowns we had, and you know, don't want that anymore. 'Cause you're
Stop
restricting.
Good to
overreach
say
or
it
what?
wasn't the
Yeah, sub governments will overreach.
Ah, okay. And wait, culture sensitive?
Care.
Yeah, probably something to do with if something is within your
Wait. What is Zorg?
Care.
care, healthcare.
No. I know Zorg from the Fifth Element.
That's different types of Zorgs, I think. Yeah, exactly right.
What
And
then
Kelly have no sales tax. There's also
Yeah, but I'm just
States
wondering
that have no
the
sales
heads
tax at
like
all.
that. So helpful, nice, and then what? Culture sensitive niceness? What does
No.
it
It's just
mean?
care. It's just care.
Yeah,
you just
but
cared. It's like healthcare. No,
what
no.
do they mean?
I mean, it's
What
very
do they want to
clearly
do?
it's very clearly targeted towards Islamic because they have the
Islam.
crescent here. I'm not sure what the actual impact of it is there.
The Crescent.
Basically, if it's something against your
Oh.
belief or something, you can't
could
do
be
that
it.
or something like that.
I'm not sure if I can.
I mean, I
quickly
didn't
find
really
it.
see the Crescent. I mean, I saw it, but I was like more, it's just some design choice or something like that. You know,
No, this is
part
a crescent moon.
part of a circle or something like that. What do I
Female
know?
doctors. Oh, it could be actually that sort of stuff, right? That you don't actually want a female doctor. The whole God, like I don't shake hands with females with the cultural sensitive care.
And what? Can you go up again a little bit?
Oh
more?
wait, no, here it
What's
is. Sorry, here it
What's
is.
this transgender stuff?
Oh, they just don't want it. It's bad.
Okay,
They don't want
because
it.
it's against the Quran or what?
No, it's bad. It's too woke, I think.
Transgender and Zorg.
And
Okay,
care.
wow.
Yeah, so they mean transgender care.
And what's
basically.
with the Jugend, with the youth?
Oh, just youth
Right.
care. Just
Youth
general.
care, healthcare.
Just youth
Zorg
care.
is care.
It's just
Yeah.
care, yeah. And also older, for the older people,
Yeah.
elderly.
God, I now really want to watch the Fifth
Zorg.
Element
Yeah.
on Dutch. And every time they hear Zorg,
Zorg.
Yeah, part about their cultural sensitive care, which is, there are actual issues there. There's a definite impact if your first or last name is foreign sounding between quotation marks. I despise the
But-
term woke and think less people use it. Oh yeah,
But
I
that's it,
definitely agree. It's
you have no
dog
tax
whistle,
at all on
basically.
them. I mean, you have like
What?
you have your federal tax, you've got state tax, you got
No, we
city
don't.
taxes sometimes,
California?
3 or 4 taxes.
Oh, in the U.S. Oh, yeah, but the U.S. is a bog in that case.
So don't you have
Yeah.
only a partial one of them not, or is it really 0% in every of these taxes?
Sales tax is 0% on items. Usually, there's no other tax, and if there is, it's usually somewhere else.
No.
in
In
chain
the US had
prices.
usually 3 or 4 different taxes on the same product.
I don't think so. Depends on not on grocery.
I
maybe,
do
but-
know that I work in that business.
but it might be for groceries. That is different.
Yeah,
I don't
sales
know.
taxes. Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, you still pay them. They're still added to the value of the item.
But where?
Yeah, but then state tax is 0.
State taxes. Yeah, that would be fine.
Oh, yeah,
That's a funny thing.
Yeah.
In the US, if you buy something for $2, it's suddenly $3.40 or something like that at the end.
Can we go back to the infographic? I don't want to read words.
Yeah, the infographic is great.
Healthcare workers are heroes. Prevention policy, they don't want drugs because drugs are bad.
That's bad, okay.
Mental
How does it work in
care,
the Netherlands?
societal, maatschappelijke opvang. I'm not sure what they actually mean with that. And treatment of addiction, which is like fine. And to not expand abortion law, but I'm not sure what that even means or if that's even
I'm not
a
sure
thing.
anyone
How
is
even
even
is
talking
your
about.
abortion law?
I think it's not too weird.
I guess
I
it's
think.
part of Germany, so
I assume so. Yeah, I'm
after
not
the
entirely
X
sure.
month or X week, you say, okay, now this fetus is more or
Yeah,
less
there's just a limit.
half a human. You should
Up
no longer be
until
allowed to
24
do it.
weeks.
Yeah.
And and so what they say basically is either not allowed at all, or
No,
they
it
want
is-
to
No,
No,
they
they-
don't
the
want to
limit. So
expand it. They want to keep it as
stuff like
it
what
is.
the US does, right? Or part of the US
No,
does
they-
with the first heartbeat
What the
bullshit.
fuck?
What? Oh, this is great! I love it.
we
It's
will
so
in a
cringe.
bit, Tigrin. That's a really
Holy
yeah.
shit!
This sure is one of the infographics.
That
of all
is
time.
something, man. What do you even want to tell us here?
Freedom
without
and
going deeper.
peace and security for everyone. A new role for the Netherlands in the world.
So that
Is
looks
this
like
the new
they
world
are
order?
against power plants. They're against Russia, against China, right? They're against or maybe
think,
also against Palestine.
No, they're very much
Uh,
pro
Turkey-
Palestine.
America.
Turkey probably good.
I don't know. Yes, because they're very much
Holy
Turkish. As long as you're not
moly,
talking about the
man.
Armenian genocide.
I don't know where these brain worms came from, but it's not healthy.
But that said, I'm not sure exactly they are called, but I just know from my work at a till producer that for the US we had 3 or 4 different taxes, and one was from the state, one was from the nation, one was from the city, and one was depending on where it is from the province. Maybe it's called differently, maybe something differently, but that's just how where these taxes were collected from.
Yeah, but this is just like it's just a.
Sure
This
is.
is great,
Yeah.
man. You can use this for everything.
It's just weird. It
really
would
don't know.
look like a hitman. It's kind
I really don't know. It's just a text that it's on the till, and you had to give the money to the respective parts. So you have to tell each part where it came from. Hey, you get this amount of tax. You get this amount of tax. So whatever it is, it's just a tax that is collected for a certain part of the state, right?
Yeah. This is just
Eisen?
a maze of government. Oh yeah, demands.
Byzantine-
It's just
the
the
What is
Byzantine.
Eisen here?
Where Eisen would be demand, generally.
In the image below, apparently.
Oh yeah,
uh,
this means
yeah,
demands.
demands.
Wait, Eisen means demand.
Yeah.
Eisen, yep. That's
Of
demand.
course. What else could it mean? Certainly like iron or something. No, that's weird. Why would you do that? That's
No,
so
but what is it-
stupid.
But isn't Netherlandish, Dutch normally very close to the German or English language?
It's a
So where does
mix.
I know,
We're a
we beat
mix
up-
of. Man, we were ruled by the French for quite a while.
We got beat up by the French. We beat up the English at some point, and
No. You were never beat up by the French. That was only the evil Belgians.
What?
Napoleon wasn't Belgian.
Napoleon ruled us for a while.
No, the
Lodewijk,
Belgians
yeah.
were beat up, and you were never beat up. That's how you need to tell the story.
Yeah, we've had a lot of different rulers. Spanish, the French. We have a lot of
Maybe it's-
different language influences.
Maybe it is Spanish. It looks weird like that.
The ghost of Rutte 4.
I mean, the graphics are amazing.
The graphics
Very
is better.
cringe.
It's
Very
like
cringe, but amazing.
oh,
This one almost works.
it's like somewhat it's somewhat more cohesive, but
I was seeing this at somewhere in the town, right? Just driving past, I would say, "Oh, cool, makes sense, right? It's pretty
Then you
good."
look at it closer, and then you see
what
Rutte
else
4.
have? This is not
Yeah,
nothing
exactly.
really
There it goes,
important.
better.
This
Oh
is
my
how
God,
you
that's-
vote. None of this is super relevant.
This
So
is
basically we have
about
finished
vote,
the big
vote,
part?
Vote, vote,
Well,
vote.
yeah, at the end, right? 96
Yeah,
of
that's it.
104.
No, yeah, it's 104
Stem.
pages.
What does STEM mean?
Vote.
Stem vote. Yeah.
Vote.
A vote or
Normally
voice.
it means voice, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, vote.
So stem cells.
Fold. Can I grab the Fold program? I don't know. I don't know how the program looks. I didn't read it.
No, I would like to see more memes.
I don't think none. The other ones aren't as memey. That's a very unfortunate.
I mean, yeah, we had PVV and Denki right now. Are there any other
those?
memey?
No, the other ones aren't as memey.
Those are
maybe
the
Baby
only ones
Babe.
that are out there.
The others are just sad.
No, they're just mostly text. They're fairly dry. Let me see if the Baby Babe has anything funny in there. Yeah. Words. I don't care. This is their slogan. Better. It's better. Yada. Cycling. Whatever. Words. I don't read.
It's mostly really, really dry. Honestly.
Don't worry, nobody here reads.
Oh no, sorry. That's someone baking something. Come on, nobody reads these days anymore.
All of this is fairly standard, I would say.
This is about what I would expect, really. Not a lot of infographics, just a lot of, glamour shots of people doing things. I also got the Volt one, but I don't think it's fairly similar, as far as I know. So someone was asking me why I joined Volt, and I'm basically because I'm a European federalist, and this is the only party that really goes into that direction. That's the TLDR. They're also left-wing. That tends to help.
Has Volt done much on the national stage?
What do you mean?
Were they trying to also get into the other countries, or was it?
Yeah, they have like a mayor in another country, and they have some other seats in various levels. The goal eventually of Volt would be to have an international party, but that's not allowed via most constitutions, or I'm not sure where it would be
that
done.
What basically the EU factions do?
Kind of, but they want to have like
Conservative factions and the Christians factions and the Green factions, then they all in one faction together from different countries.
Oh yeah. But like the way it works is when you elect someone, they have to be from a national party. So like the European members for Volt are from the Dutch Volt faction.
Okay. So you say someone from the or a party of the Dutch Greens couldn't elect some person of the German Greens or something similar.
Exactly.
Okay, and that's the problem. Tell me the title, what that actually means. Extreme Hitte?
What?
Sorry?
Men's and natural in balance.
Nature in balance.
In balance.
Up to,
yeah.
What does Hitte mean?
Oh, it just means that you have to balance nature and climate. Man and climate.
What does Hitte mean? Because extreme Hitte sounds kind of weird.
Oh, extreme heat, drought, floods, disturbed ecosystem. Heat, yeah.
Heat.
Hails and forest fires. It's just climate change stuff,
It sounds more like extreme hacke, so
yeah.
Really
basically Volt is just to fuck the countries. They don't know how to govern themselves. Let's do it from let's centralize.
From an enlightened autocracy or what?
A new world order.
I mean, basically say countries.
Knight was part of the NWO. So basically, is Hulk Hogan your senior or?
Wait, what? And which NWO? There's a few different ones that I'm thinking of right now, and I'm not sure which one.
New World Order.
Oh, New World Order. I'm thinking about Nederlandse Wetenschapsorganisatie.
Yeah, we actually
I was thinking about the wrestling thing for 20 years, which when I was
the thing is, we have an actual organization, NWO, that pays my salary, so.
It's
all right.
Science
organization that does funding for PhDs and stuff.
So if they were
graphics, I don't want to read.
Would you still be being bought by them? If they paid really good?
Yeah, of course. I would sell out
I knew it.
I would sell out my ideals. No, like I know someone asked them before. I don't remember who it was. I think it was Tigran. About why I vote Volt. Like they're left wing. They're ambitious, and they
federalism.
Why the fuck are we doing power separately everywhere in Europe? It makes no sense. It's. Yeah, you asked it. Yeah, I'm a member of Volt. I would like to do more. Maybe once I finish my PhD, I'll go into actual proper politics. But at the moment, actually, maybe I should mention that. I do actually am part of the policy group for Gelderland.
No.
So there's discussions every once in a while about what kind of policy to form and what impact it has.
No, he's not anywhere near Groningen.
No, I don't want to go to Groningen. Do you think Volt has a realistic chance of breaking through into real power?
With the Netherlands
no.
as it is, very difficult.
They're too. Ironically, they have too much of a future vision.
You need short term to convince people.
They have short term vision, of course, but their raison d'être, is something that is only more applicable in the longer term. I also think their short-term policy is pretty good. That's why I'm part of that party. But they're not like super unique in that regard. Maybe they're a little more centrist than some of the super left-wing parties, but like they're not like far. They're fairly close to D66 and PvdA GroenLinks in most of their policy.
Which is fairly okay, I guess, but otherwise,
which is perfectly fine. Yeah, like.
But otherwise, there's no personality like Geert Wilders right now.
No, and they're also not like... there's no reason they couldn't become big, but there's also nothing that's really pushing them into that position. Like, maybe if something... I would say, something that happens that unifies Europe, but we kind of had that in, like, the Russo-Ukraine war, but there's always more pressing matters. It's very rare that like European unification is a very relevant topic, and it very quickly gets superseded by a ton of other stuff. So I would like to see Volt more in power, but they have 2 seats in Dutch parliament at the moment, which is more than most.
More than jaar 21.
It has more than jaar 21 for damn sure, but like I'm not holding my breath here. That said, they aren't insignificant because they do have a unique message in the pan-Europeanness of it all, where they have a branch in a lot of different countries. It's the only party that does that, really. So we also have a European Congress where the parties in Europe align their policy. What would be your first good step towards more European integration? On a military perspective, we're already doing it at the moment. So, like... The Dutch are working together with Germany and Belgium, militarily wise.
What I would fully, right?
No. Because it's
like
the
20-30% maximum.
It depends on the area. Because like the Benelux, so Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, they do the Air Force together, or they like guard the airspace together. So they rotate. Part of the Belgian Navy is under Dutch control or the Dutch command. Part of our land army branches are under the German here, so they're under the German army. So there's some cooperation bits already there. But that's also compared to like NATO, and it's not really weird that that's the case. But personally, where I see a future is in energy.
Unifying the grid.
Yeah, getting a grid unified, but also get like power generation just more centralized, so that like, because it's a thing of scale. Getting nuclear power plants built as a base load makes a lot more sense if you're talking about the European Union's power consumption as opposed to, say, a smaller country. Like, Luxembourg realistically doesn't need its own power generation. Like, it's always good to have a backup, sure. But
it's very difficult for them to build their own...
it's going to be super stupid to build their own, like, nuclear power plant. Personally, I'm also a big proponent of nuclear power. And so is Volt. In general, the Dutch, actually, in the Netherlands, we were super against nuclear power a decade ago, and that's completely shifted the other way around. Where everyone's kind of pro power. What about the polders? No one's making polders anymore.
Nitro,
Turns out
our current vote happened like 2 years later, after the Russian invasion, right? I would say Germany would look different too, but it came a bit too late, and so we already had started the depowering,
decommissioning of the nuclear power
it was already
plants,
done,
I mean, I remember I've driven past the one in Hamburg a few times, with Borm already, and discussed that and see like, why are you shutting this down? Yeah, because we want to build more coal plants in Bayern.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, we need that because we need a few plants in case nothing is currently happening with the renewables, right? We don't have enough batteries, and So we need a few plants that can keep the load up in these times. And in the past, that was meant to be gas, which is no longer political working, right? Due to Russia. So now it's coal.
All right,
So now
stop
we
it right there,
took
Cullinan.
the brown coal in Bayern and Poland, and we just burned that, which is lovely.
The best things, right?
All right, stop it right there, Cullinan. We don't even have enough nitrogen in our budget left to build on our actual land, let alone if we have more polders.
Yeah, so that's the fun part. The reason why you would want polders is because it's amazing farmland, like insanely good. Turns out we can also just build on farms if we stop doing that. So no, it doesn't solve many issues. But yeah, that's kind of the TLDR for Volt. I just like the European perspective. I like looking beyond our borders because that's the whole point of Europe.
I mean, not just the borders. I see it even as in the very, very far future, admittedly, right? But we want to be the US, Germany, Netherlands, Russia, or whatever in like 1,000 years, and we got stars to colonize, hopefully.
Yeah, we want
It's
to.
good by now.
Yeah, it's like the only way to be
Shouldn't we
geopolitically
try
relevant.
to grow better together to understand each other and
Let
become
me see if I can find
one
it,
proto
Calvin.
state in the end?
We're going to manifest our destiny.
The stars are ours.
The TLDR is basically the standard left-wing stuff, you know. The Dutch system is overstretched. We need to fund that more. And then we can actually look forward. Like, this is something that long-term, it's so... immigration in general is so much in flux that they're not really going like, okay, we need this for weird reasons. We go like, okay, we need to go look at what we can actually do in the country. What do we need? What can we provide? And we should be able to, you know, pay so people don't sleep outside in tents. Shit. Anyway, I don't want to go back into that too much. How long until there's a real European Federation? Don't know. It needs to be catalyzed.
Real?
I assume that he means a more cohesive.
In all points, because we have already the economy, right? It's a big part of everything.
Oh yeah,
else.
the economy is so intertwined.
We have a shared defense thing, and we have a shared currency in many parts, at least like 90%, and we got a shared political system, not completely, but as a federation at least.
Yeah.
Very loose, of course, but we have the beginning. So that's
the real problem is
big
still
steps.
legislation.
I mean, imagine you would tell that to someone like 100 years ago. They would think you are crazy.
But yeah, the big thing that's stopping us from being.
We had 1923. That was like 15 years before the First World War. It's only 100 years since then.
No, but exactly, Martin. That's also what's in the program. It's like an EU healthcare system, an EU power system, stuff like that. But so the laws is one thing. Like a country can just kind of eschew laws, and there's actually a bill that's going through European Parliament right now about removing veto power from a single member. So just getting rid of the damn thing. Because the European Union has shown cracks, but it ebbs and flows. In the 80s, in the 90s or the early 2000s, there were plans for a European army already. But I think France and Germany both or one of them torpedoed the plan because it would give too much power to the other.
Well, actually, we had a few brigades that were French, German. Even 20
no, but
years
this
ago.
was supposed to be like a European army.
Yeah, there were some. What was it? Some combined arms, some friendship troops, stuff like that. Like I said, only a few brigades, not that much, but at least they were doing it. And
yeah, but they're still doing it. But
yeah, they keep doing it, and they keep getting more, so the amount gets higher.
But there was a proposal to have a proper European army already 20 years ago. But that got shut down, and now we're like slowly warming up to the idea again. But yeah, you're also right there, Calvin. Like, of course, national powers don't like to give up they're part of the sovereignty, but you could argue that you're not really doing it because you still have a proportionate representation within the European Parliament. Why have you already have a defense agreement? Because what's the point of having separate armies? What's the point of having separate armies if you're already doing everything else together? Like, if borders are fake
exactly.
anyway, what's
If
the
your
point of
borders
having a separate
if your
army?
borders are real borders, if you have similar policies and whatnot, if you agree to many contracts, that basically means you get closer together.
Yeah.
So even if you would like to wage war, it probably wouldn't even work anymore because
It's
you're too close.
It's also a way to like coordinate things like ammo production, like arms production. Like, we're already doing that to a large degree, but why not take the next step and like properly synchronize everything? And there are yeah,
actually integrating commands is also a good way to
because like
organize.
You could also argue that the redundancy aspect of it is super powerful. There's no one location, but we could still have that. Just have like the US is similar size and they have one army. Like, why aren't we doing the same thing? And I can just, I'm just spouting things here, saying, oh, it'll be nice to have. There are advantages, but I can't put them into numbers. Yeah, but so Kellen, but that's what I'm saying. So should the EU be. That's the point I'm voting Volt, because I think the EU basically should be.
I could imagine in 50 years, or maybe 50 years to less, but at least in 100 years, I would see the EU grows closer together to something like the US. I could imagine that.
Yeah.
And maybe
of course, you would still have national brigades. You're not like you're not going to give up everything. You still need something to secure internal things, right? But the proper armies, there's no reason for any country. Like, why should the Dutch have a different batch of F-35s to the Germans and to the Belgians and to everyone else?
To have your own unique armies is that you either want to defend or attack against other nations, right?
Yeah, and
other nations that are not part of your part. So, in case of German Netherlands, for example, if these two didn't want to have armies that help each other out or work together, then it's only because they see each other as some kind of rival that could attack them.
No, if it's going to be Esperanto, obviously.
Esperanto?
God, Esperanto.
The unified language.
Learn Europeanese.
Europeanese, indeed.
You know, Finboy, that the future of Europe was once English, but no longer. You threw that away.
It's all going to be German now, fortunately.
Yeah. World War III ink.
Yeah. What should be lingua franca again?
Oh, God, I don't want to learn French.
Lingua franconia.
I'd rather die than speak Franconian.
Is Franconian even a language?
No, it's not.
It's a dialect.
It's like gibberish, basically.
I mean, it's the same as if you go in the Netherlands to another town and they speak a little bit different. It's simply a dialect or a slang. Without jokes this time. Die uitkomsten van het CPB and BBL.
Anyway.
Armoede heißt Armut, right? So in poverty.
Armoede is poverty.
Poverty, yeah, sorry.
This is basically a comment on the calculations of the Central Bureau about the impact of the plans on, this is how much families would, as a whole, would get more or lose some under the various plans. So, like, under the VVD plan, families would lose $1 billion, CDA same, and then this is what they would gain. So, that's the point.
Aladdin, if England wouldn't have pissed that away, then I would probably agree to that. But by now, I would rather speak French than English as a national language.
Not sure. There's also protests about the
out of pure spite.
I mean, what are they going to do about the protests?
Oh. Hey, this were the election results in where I live in Wageningen. Just like, actually did pretty good. I don't like this to be lower, but like in The Hague, it's so high. Where's The Hague here? Should be somewhere around here. Rotterdam is like terrible, but The Hague is the capital? What? Fuck you. No, it's Amsterdam. Amsterdam is the capital.
No, didn't you just?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Fuck you.
I was reading Schravenzande, which is where a friend of mine lived, and I was like, why? But that's in Westland. I was like, why the fuck would there be a separate one? And I just read over it. I was like, I was the star. I was like, oh no, that's somewhere different. Yeah. So in the political capital of the country, but everything is The Hague. Yeah. So just a regional capital. But yeah, I remember talking to someone from Volt about their hopes for Wageningen, but because this 8 was at 12 at the provincial elections, and then it's down to 4.8. The regional capital with parliament, yeah, so. I mean, there's no reason it has to be in the national capital. I mean, Amsterdam isn't even the capital of Noord-Holland. It's not even a regional capital, just a national one. But yeah, it's all a bit sad. Also, the turnout is lower than it was last time, which is also a bit sad. That's the way it works sometimes.
Well, apparently we're the only country in the world with a different political capital than the historical capital.
Are we? Oh. Neat. But yeah, so this is the new NSA party, which is like comes from everywhere, which is interesting to see. What's my prediction? For what? For the coalition? So non-voters. Yeah, PVV. My prediction for the... So this is my realistic hope for the coalition.
Yeah,
I don't think...
parties all have worked together before, pretty much.
Yeah. This wouldn't be very new. My realistic expectations is this as the coalition. This is what I expect will happen.
But VVD are fucking pushovers, and NSC we don't really know, honestly.
Oh god, NSC. So I have a lot of issues with Omtzigt. So the Omtzigt, the leader of NSA, is an amazingly good politician, but his party program is dog shit. It is full of populist rhetoric. He basically has a giant wish list that is horrendously unrealistic. For example, his immigration policy would be, we put a limit at 50,000, which is insanely low.
You mean per town, right?
No, in the whole country, 50,000. And if it's higher, we need to make policy for that.
Yeah, first off, I don't know how much you have currently in the Netherlands, but I would expect 50k is the amount that, I don't know, Hamburg has as a single town, at least.
Yearly immigration in the Netherlands is somewhere around 200 to 300,000.
That's pretty low. Well, not really. It's pretty low for Germany because we are bigger country, of course, right?
And yeah.
But still, we got like 1 or 2 million by now due to all these crises.
No, but this is then yearly. Maybe it's
yearly, yeah.
Yeah.
But even then, it's kind of insane that you only want 50k, and then he says
something so the issue
unsubstantial, like we need more stuff done. Then basically,
yeah. The issue with the statement is that he knows 50k is super unrealistic. He just doesn't want to. He doesn't know how he's going to do it. So that's why he says we say the limit for 50k because that's easily manageable, and if it's more, we will see when that happens. But it's already happening right now. The whole issue with the NSA's policy, with their plans, is that it's all just wishful thinking. It's actual populist garbage. Yeah. They basically go, this would be nice to do. Same with, like, they were proposing that the cabinet was made out of vakmensen, which means, like, how do you translate? Yeah, like people
professionals,
professionals, I guess. Yeah, so it was a cabinet made out of professionals, but like The Dutch term would be vakmensen, but it would translate to professionals, people who know, put an economist in the economist seat. But, yes, but also that's not how it works in the country. Yes, a technocracy would be nice, but that's not how things work in practice.
No, also technocracy tends to be very well technical, so you keep looking at numbers and not really taking a look what people are interested in actually. Because what might be a nice idea from a pure number perspective might be very horrid, really horrid in actual life.
I mean, there's a lot of ways you can execute a technocracy because it's generally not done. The thing is, I would if you say I want people to know what they're doing in the right position. So yes, of course, but everyone would say that.
But ministries don't really work like that, do they?
No, they don't, because people from parties get. You have people below you that execute it.
Nitro, I have a solution for that. AI and blockchain.
Exactly. That'll fix everything. We'll just ask ChatGPT how to run the country.
Got Elon Musk to manage.
Hey ChatGPT, what should we do with all the immigrants? Just shoot them. Okay.
Why not?
I mean, it's a solution, but not the solution we want.
I mean, yeah, but the NSA is just their party program is very frustrating to read because Omtzigt is a super smart politician, but I don't think he had enough time to actually properly prepare a party plan. That's a lot of peas. But that kind of led to this weird thing where it's just fallen into the same pitfalls other people
tend to think they are super smart, and often they arrive at the trap that maybe they forgot a point, And then suddenly,
again, that's how you execute your technocracy. The thing with Omtzigt is that he says he wants, what everyone wants. Of course, people would like ministers to know what they're doing, but it's an empty statement. It's completely vapid. It means nothing, and that's his party program. It's neat, but it means very little. Let me see if I can find it. They also published it very late.
Everyone wants their people to know what they're doing when they have to decide on that, right? It's also, I think, a point that people don't understand how it works in Germany.
I mean,
where they say the ministers need to understand what they vote on, but in the end, they basically got various councils and whatnot where they check out what they should vote on, and they say, okay, that would make the most sense.
Yeah, so here's one, for example, right? What do we expect from...
You can't know all of that. You are a single person.
For example, here's one of the things that they put in the program, right? Is government that is transparent, honest, and integrity with difficult movements. The fuck does that mean? Government that has an eye for the impossibilities of execution of policy.
Yeah.
It's the fuck does this mean? It's empty. It's empty statement. It's nothing. What do we expect of society? Actieve demonstratie, active democratic participation. It's
we expect people to vote.
I guess
to do more than vote.
Accepting of the rights, the responsibilities and duties that are part of a democratic citizenship. The fuck does this mean?
Hey Nitro, what do you think? Instead of a responsibility to vote, you have a duty to vote.
Oh, you have mandatory voting, like in Belgium.
Yeah.
I don't know.
For example.
I think it's on the one hand I like it, on the other hand it doesn't improve participation. You just get people doing I unironically think more people would vote for PVV, because the people that normally aren't politically motivated to vote, they don't care, and it becomes a mess.
I mean, that might be for the first one, but at the second one maybe they would say whatever I vote, I have to vote them anyways, and I don't want to vote for them, so. But
also,
for the first vote, I had that. I have to vote. I vote for the others. I could imagine.
What I also gather is that it's I know in Australia there's also mandatory votes, and it's such a fucking pain to prove that you, for example, can't vote. It's you spend a lot of what's the point of mandatory voting? It's the concept is nice, but the execution often falls a bit flat, because it's a lot of work you put into enforcing that is just, kind of wasted on people that don't
And
give a shit anyway.
what do you feel about things like, I don't know, you get $100 or so if you do go to vote?
I don't know,
Or
man.
similar?
Yeah, Dustin also says, if you're forced to vote...
I would like for people to go and interact more with the voting system, That would be kind of...
I agree.
I have the perfect solution.
How do you want to do this, right?
I have the perfect solution. You
are
don't want to vote, you don't vote.
That's very Dutch from you.
It's it's like, I also don't know what the exact impacts are of it, because we got rid of mandatory voting somewhere in the 70s, I think.
Oh, you
or
actually
was
had
it later? Yeah, we used to have it. We got rid of it. Belgium still has it. I can't say enough about that. I would like more participation, but I don't know what the actual impact would be. So I don't know. I would like to, but I would like that everyone just votes out of their own volition and they don't have to be forced to do it.
You know what I would like to have? Everyone that doesn't vote counts as he went to vote but didn't vote, invalid, something like that. I'm not sure how it's in the Netherlands, right? But in Germany, I think it's like that. The amount of money you get is dependent on how big of a voter share you get of the people that did vote. So in theory, if people didn't vote, that would mean the parties would get less money.
Yeah, but that's...
So maybe they would try harder to get people to vote.
Yeah, but maybe. But they already are, so I don't think that will really change when it's mandatory. Maybe they'll go for even more low effort stuff. But yeah, so more of the zingers are time for recovery. What do we expect of society? Participation compared with vermogen, like
capability.
Yeah, technically, but it also probably means like vermogen also means like wealth.
So basically, something what the Romans had or something like that. The old Romans.
But it's
the
like
more money you have, the more voting, the more votes you have.
Well, I don't think that's what it means. I'm pretty sure it means that you would pay more taxes if you earn more. But
that's the other way around. Basically.
Yeah, this is about taxes. Yeah.
Yeah, and they also like solidarity with people that can't make it on their own. It's like, that's nice. Okay. What does it mean? What does this mean? And like, I know I'm looking at like the one sentence summary, but like, this is vapid.
That's easy. It means you ask ChatGPT what to vote for, and then ChatGPT will vote for you.
Yeah. It's like, we will do a reform.
500%.
We will just reform the tax system. That's easily said. That's very easily done, Like,
it's reform it so that it's exactly the way it is currently.
Mede naar vermogen sounds like work if you can't, don't be a scratch. I'm not entirely sure what the actual implications are of it, but a lot of this is just...
You want to vote for me? Canadian, I would always vote for you. I would always vote for the black guy.
Anything else? A living crisis. Yeah, of course. Crisis handling that's aimed at getting an affordable and fitting home for everyone.
Yeah, that sounds great. How do you do this?
They don't know.
Yeah,
that's the whole point. That's the whole point of this.
That's very easy. You make it so that nobody gets any money from the state anymore, and then you can no longer live in the city because you don't have enough money to pay the rent. Easy. And then you need to live in the villages, which are super cheap, which then gets sponsored again because you're no longer working. See?
Speaking somewhere from a country where the ability to vote is under an all-out assault by one party, I find the hemming and hawing over compulsory voting to be quaint. It's...
do you not also have a general problem that you actually need to register for voting or something like that?
No, you don't have to do that here. You automatically get sent...
No, I meant for DevSet.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking hell, yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry, Dutchington, but I just know it from Germany, right? If you live in the city, it's usually really expensive because the rent is super expensive, and in the villages or towns,
it's relatively cheap. If you go to like the Achterhoek, you can get really cheap shit, but you also have to live in the Achterhoek. So
Are you telling me that Dutchington lied to me?
Yes.
No, I think you mean other costs, like you need to have a car or something like that, right?
No, I think he just means that the houses are still fairly expensive. Of course it depends, but like if you go to the deep Achterhoek, you're like on the ass. Like let's put it this way: in the Netherlands, the closer you are to Germany, the cheaper it is.
Whoa! Wait a minute.
I'm not wrong.
Hey! What are you saying?
I'm saying no one wants to live next to Germany.
No, but jokes aside, right? What I mean is, if you live in Munich or Berlin, it's relatively expensive. But if you live, for example, in Dresden or near Dresden, it's also a pretty big city and pretty desirable to live there. It's much cheaper there, for example.
Yeah, but also know that Krebs lives very cheaply. But also lives in the ass of nowhere.
If you live in a village near Berlin, it's much cheaper than living in actual Berlin. And if you live in a village near Berlin, it's even more cheaper, you know?
Yeah. So one of the fun parts of what he wrote here is it needs to be easier to split up homes, which is one of the things that's often used by huisjesmelkers, like landlords, to just artificially create more rooms to overcharge for. So it's one of those things where, like, I get what the point is, like, to just create more living space, but the actual way it will be executed is not good. We want the application of bio-based materials. Why is bio-based in English?
So they want to have more wood.
They want bigger wood. Yeah.
I actually think I read it somewhere that was it in the Netherlands or in Sweden? Somewhere they made a whole quarter of a city out of wood completely.
I don't know.
If you don't know, I guess it wasn't in the Netherlands. I guess it was somewhere.
It could be, but I don't know all of the Netherlands. But then the Netherlands doesn't build with wood a lot.
No, it was just a province, a quarter. You know, however the administrative part is called in the city, completely made of wood. Everything looked very cool.
Yeah, so their immigration policy of NSC is very much just like a lot of wants and not a lot of very practical ways to achieve it.
NSC, right?
Yeah, new social contracts.
And actually, it sounds a bit weird what they all want to have.
No, but they want to have it's like right wing slight.
So they are right wing. Okay,
they're slightly right wing. They're slightly right wing Christian.
Right wing Christian. A bit extreme, a bit hating again.
No, they're not. They're not extreme. No. They are. They're
not extreme like they want to kill everyone, but maybe extreme like every foreigner should better speak Dutch or else.
I mean, technically yes, but I wouldn't call that per se one of the more extreme. Looking at the other parties we have, but like they are the same level as CDA and sort of BBB because they're the same voter base.
But they kind of sound a bit like the German AfD so far.
No. They're
at least not a light version, you know.
No, I don't agree at all. The thing is that they're
more like the CSU.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. But their whole party program is very vapid because they don't want to fill in things beforehand.
How could it actually happen? I mean, they went from 0 to 20 or something like that, right?
Yeah,
it's a new split off. You know,
it's basically a splinter party.
It is a split off.
But the leader of that party, Omtzigt, is insanely popular. He is like he wasn't the number 1 on the list of the CDA. He was the number 2, but he got like enough votes on his own for like 10 seats. It is unheard of that anyone that isn't a party leader is that popular.
So it's a little bit like Wagenknecht or so. From Wagenknecht here is from the German left party, right? But she's not very well liked because she has a few positions that are the complete opposite, and she now possibly wants to make her own party and whatnot. And people expect her party to do very well, like 14% or stuff like that.
Yeah, it was basically the same here. He was
personal based, right? Sorry.
But yeah, so he was super popular, and he was also kind of like a protest vote against the government's nitrogen policy. Basically, they were originally CDA, really big. They had the first splinter party, effectively, was BBB, the Farmers' Party, but the farmers are basically voting there because they prefer Omtzigt. They preferred him, but they hadn't made a party yet. the moment Omtzigt announced it, that's what I was showing here. Like, that's the black line, right? He announced his party back in August, and immediately he came running out of the gates with, polling super high. And only at the end, everything dropped because everyone went to the racist. Omtzigt is a very much like a dark horse in this race. You don't know what they're gonna do. They can go anyway because their party program is written so vapidly, non-committedly.
Did they have any hints where they would like to go? Or
I mean, they're still gonna be like Christian right wing. Like that's not gonna be a surprise. But I mean, like they could just as easily govern with VVD as PVV as GroenLinks PvdA. You know, there's ways you can twist that effectively.
And they could also say they are the moral part of any coalition or something like that, basically.
Sorry, could you repeat that? My bad.
Sorry, not much to me. They could just also say they are the moral part of any coalition.
They could.
Even though they joined the evil left parties, right? They are in here to bring morality to a coalition and ensure blah blah blah.
I don't think they would be the moral choice, but so one of the reasons what the NSC exists for is so Omtzigt got really popular during the latest affair that actually killed the previous government, the child daycare kindertoeslagaffaire, the grant affair basically. Where
Kinderschlagaffaire?
Nah, toeslagen. It's like a subsidy you get, like for having children.
It's not a child and slaughter affair. Okay.
No, we're not slaughtering child. So the quick and the rundown of this whole thing was that parents were marked as fraudulent. Yeah, good night there, Kanafel. Thank you for joining. So parents would receive money for daycare just because they have children, you know, the standard child subsidy that most countries have. What would happen is that people would be marked as fraudulent despite not being fraudulent at all, and then told to like immediately pay back tens of thousands of euros. And then protests wouldn't work, you know, they could prove they weren't fraudulent, but the government was like, nope, this program says that you're fraudulent, and therefore you must pay me back. Good night there, Anderson.
That sounds very, very weird.
Oh yeah, it was horrible. And it was insanely inhumane. And they basically didn't give a shit about the situations of these families. Like, they might have been running okay. Like, these type of people weren't wealthy. That's the reason they needed these subsidies, and they couldn't pay it back. And there were families that were taken, you know, just torn apart, because suddenly they couldn't afford anything anymore, because they also wouldn't get subsidies anymore, because they were marked as fraudulent. And the government wouldn't back down, like the execution branch of it.
Yeah, tough against crime, right?
Yeah, and in this case, crime includes single parents or, you know, poor people that are just trying to make ends meet.
Clearly, if you're fraudulent, then you're trying to get free money from the government, which means they're getting free money from the people that pay into the government.
Yeah, it was horrible, and you had cases of parents being asked to pay back insane amounts, like 30 or 40,000 euros, just on a dime. Like, just you got to pay it back now, and only far later this came to light due to Omtzigt. He was part of the people that, you know, tried to get that right, and then the government.
What was his job there? Was he something like
he's a party member.
General?
No, he's just a party member. He was a party member.
He was only a party member. That's his job.
Yeah, his job was party member.
I remember some guy in Hamburg, some tough against crime guy, which basically was a state's general or something like that for crime, something like that. And that's what is used for his own political ambitions, right? So I thought it was something like that.
No.
Okay.
Omtzigt was a party member, and he investigated this and basically brought this whole thing into the limelight, into everyone's attention, and showed how poorly the subsidy apparatus was basically functioning. And this was, and then the government was like, okay, we'll compensate these people. That took forever, because then you got the issue that now you have to prove that you were fraudulently accused of being a fraudster, and
Yeah, I can imagine
how
it
much
very
you have to
well
pay
that-
back. And this was one of those points where the government should have said, okay, we'll take the L and just pay you back. But no, they had to drag it out again, and it took forever to get anything done here. And this scandal killed the coalition, killed the previous government. Was it an IT issue? No, it wasn't an IT issue. It was just, it was partly an IT issue. It's one of those good old cases of like the algorithm says you're fraudulent, therefore it must be so. And the algorithm is always right, despite them usually being hot. Steaming
Yes,
piles of garbage.
That's a general thing, though, right? That especially the state agencies say, "Hey, look, we checked it, aka something tells me something is like that, so it must be right, and you need to prove me that I'm not actually right."
Yeah.
Which is very difficult,
Yeah,
especially since it assumes you are already guilty, and
Yeah.
so the normal innocent until guilty does no longer apply.
Exactly. It's extremely similar to the Postmaster scandal, which was very similar. And
The what?
the Postmaster scandal was a similar scandal where people were marked as fraudulent and asked to pay back large sums of money.
What was the Postmaster scandal? I actually don't know that. I'm sorry.
It's the
That's big.
I've heard of this before, but I'm hazy enough on the detail that I don't want to.
I mean, if you only can tell it more or less, it would be fine. You don't
Here
need
we
to
go.
be too specific. Did you say something?
He'll
No.
post it in Discord. He said,
Why
"Let's
does
see.
Bitcoin know that?
It's a miscarriage of justice involving the. I'm just reading this off of Wikipedia. The wrongful civil and criminal prosecution of sub postmasters for theft, false accounting, or fraud. I think this was like people who were supposed to deliver posts around, and they were told you're stealing posts, you're not delivering it properly, even though they were doing their job just fine. But the system was saying that post was disappearing.
Okay.
And I think it was proven already that no, the systems were broken and really bad, and these people were doing their job just fine. And then the postmaster was like, no, the system says they're fraudulent, therefore it must be so. And they doubled down on everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing, right? Something automatic that people trust in it without a doubt.
Yeah, that was it. It was
And-
stealing money from tills.
but-
That was it.
But it,
Uh,
yeah, but it could come from like someone telling, "Hey, even though I received it, I didn't get it," and that could happen very easily. For example, that happened to me. There was some guy from not from DHL but from DPD, something like that. I don't know, and they basically didn't go to me and say, "Hey, here's your package." They simply wrote into an email, "Hey, you weren't there. It's in somewhere else, two cities away," like that, right? And so I wrote something to the email, "Hey, what the fuck is this," right? But later that day, he actually still delivered it. And if this would still be in the office then, still be in the system, the guy would then be fucked. And if that happened more often, you know, we believe the AI. We believe what's written in there. It must be true.
Yeah. No, but Uristo gave a quick rundown, and it was like, it's people just not giving a shit. It's like they go, "Oh, this will figure it out," and we just blindly believe it. And the same happened here with the subsidies. And then again, the treatment of it after they discovered the error, the treatment was still horrible because they were still going like, you know, maybe you're just like trying to freeload here and get money back because you were
it was
actually
still
fraudulent.
portrayed like that in the media.
And all the
Mostly,
media,
right?
no, they
I
were
mean-
not portrayed like that in the media at all. It was just the government being ass.
Yeah, but it's still talked about in the media. You heard about it. I mean, if you hear about that, right? You don't hear about that from the government. You hear about it from the media.
Of
reporting
course
about it. That's
not.
what I
No,
mean.
but that's the
And
issue.
you
Like, the
usually-
government wanted to squash it.
Yeah. And you usually don't hear about, oops, I was wrong. And
The
you don't
thing
really
is-
see the other side
yeah.
then.
You can't. This wasn't the failing of like any single system. It was like a combination of, one of the big. Well, so it was a combination of multiple things, including one thing that people really dislike Rutte for, the previous PM, is that he introduced a system of you don't talk about it, you don't record anything on paper, you just shove it under the rug, and tried to like not leave any accountability anywhere. And I have family that works in government, and they confirmed this as well. It's like it's a pain.
That's horrible.
Yeah, because under him it was like, just do it quick and dirty, because it doesn't matter if you fuck up, because there's no paper trail.
I mean,
and that made this worse, because people were very lackadaisical about this.
Do you still work at your university, or?
Yeah, I'm still doing a PhD. I'm still doing a PhD.
I mean, certainly, just as well as I do in my company where I work in the IT and whatnot, right? Often enough, there comes someone around and says, "Hey, I would like to have it differently," or says, "Hey, I experienced this kind of problem," and maybe you check it and you see it is like that, or it's not like that, and then you need to try to find out where it comes from, or you just to find out why it's not like that, and then you need to track that. You need to have some kind of paper trail, right? And if you don't have it and just get to your boss directly with the answer, then maybe 2 or 3 months in the future, someone will come along and say, "Hey, where's that? It's wrong." And then you're fucked. So it's actually really important that you have.
Yeah, but the thing is,
like that, right?
I agree, but for government, there isn't like.
No, not just for government. I mean, it's best practice.
Oh, I agree. It's you have to trace your actions, but if you don't want to be held accountable for them, it's easier to just get rid of it. That's also what Lord Dustin is saying. He had an old phone where he didn't know there was a limit on the amount of text messages, so they got deleted. And you're just like, the fuck? Why, as a government official, do you think it's okay to use a communication method for your government purposes where you delete your messages?
Because he learned from his boss, from von der Leyen. She did that too before him.
Yeah, and it's just like...
There was a big corruption scandal about her, and she... too bad. I deleted my messages.
Yeah, but the Rutte was basically the same. And it's like, it's one of those really difficult things, because then you still can't. It's like it's the flip side of, the innocent until proven guilty thing. Yeah. And it was the same with Rutte.
It's of course correct, right? In the end, the process from the prosecutors. If you don't have any clear proof that this person is guilty, then this person is innocent. No matter how dirty this person seems to be. That's correct. But it still sucks that there's a person that can just say, "Oops, I deleted the proof. Too bad."
Yeah, but so in the end, the whole thing kind of was concluded. The whole scandal was
right.
Yeah, it was concluded like the whole system's broken. Like, there isn't a single point of failure. The whole thing is garbage. And because the whole subsidy system in the Netherlands is just this mire of being sent from one box to the next and not sure what to figure out. It's like, for me, what, for example, is an issue is that when I started my job, I was, of course, earning money, and I wasn't sure how much rent subsidies I could still get, because there wasn't an easy way to just figure that out. So what I did was request the rent subsidies, put it in a separate jar, and go like, if I get the because then you get the letter after a year of like, this was your definitive subsidies. It's like, if I have to pay everything back, then I haven't spent it, and if I can actually keep it, then it's just going to my savings. But like, that's the sort of system that you're working with. But I didn't need that to live. But imagine you do, and imagine then afterwards
you want to have a clear amount of money you have to pay, and you want to have enough money that you don't need to switch every pence twice, or whatever. How do you say?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Turn over every penny. But
we already got on the Mondcup deal. I don't think so. But could we maybe talk first about what True Leveler said? How's that also very common in the US? In the UK.
He means by deleting things.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I assume that just deleting messages, just standard not leave a trace thing.
Also, you guys, you can come into chat too. Right now, I'm the only guy that stops Nitro from taking over the world.
So the Mondcup is deal very shortly. I don't think it's super relevant, because it's just standard government bullshit, just friends politics. Earn a lot of money by pulling in a far too lucrative deal to sell masks.
No, I'm not Dutch.
To,
It's ugly. Don't tell me I'm Dutch.
He is very Dutch.
Uh,
He doesn't speak
Oi!
German. It's perfect.
Hey, I'm less than 2 meters. I can't be Dutch.
Oh man, no, but like the Mondkapjes deal, it's just part standard VVD, neo-capitalism bullshit. But yeah, so to finish what I was talking about, like, so the whole system's broken, and that's what Omtzigt is running on as well, to tear away the whole system and rebuild it, which is not bad.
That is real name, Umsicht.
Omtzigt, yeah.
Is it the same what it means in German?
Like Umzicht? Omzicht doesn't really mean anything in Dutch.
Ah, okay. In German, it actually has a pretty good meaning. Even it means to have a look at everything, basically, right?
Yeah, kind of
That
like
you're
oversight, right?
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing,
Yeah,
right?
overzicht. Yeah,
prudent, circumspect, stuff like that.
no, omzicht would be overzicht, so it's like omzicht, overzicht. It's close, but not exactly the same.
No, wait. Hold on, Kaladin. I thought Pennsylvanian Dutch.
Those are
Dutch.
Germans. No, they're Germans.
He's confusing me. He's doing
There's Pennsylvania Dutch
blame
are
game
Germans.
again. Yeah.
It's a bit of remarkable Dutch politics. I'm glad you're entertained.
At least someone is right. Yeah, Mennonites. Government by WhatsApp. That's more common than you would think. It's happening often. Not just in the government, also in the economic.
Can I fix
Maybe
it?
Nitro also gets called or written
we
a few times a day or a week from his company to do illegal stuff by WhatsApp. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. So
does
tomorrow
that
they'll
say?
vote on. Tomorrow they're gonna vote on whoever's gonna start forming the government. But
So wait, you have to vote who is starting the government. Forming the
So
government.
the parliament will appoint a formateur of the formation guide, like a guidance person.
Okay, so basically everyone can vote who should be the president of the committee that starts forming the government, more or less.
No, that's not the way it works. So, it's yes and no. The way it works, it's sort of a formality. A person is appointed and they lead talks between parties. They themselves don't have the goal of forming a government. It's a facilitator. They facilitate the meetings between the parties and try to like organize things that kind of make sense, but they don't themselves influence it. It's also the idea why that person should be someone that's sort of removed from politics, like a marriage counselor, sort of. They should be good at that side of organizing things, but they shouldn't be too close to any of the parties, because that's what went wrong last time. Ollongren and someone else, the formateur from D66 and VVD.
You know who this person could be?
I don't think they've talked about who it could be.
And any hot bets or something like that? Any person that is named often?
No, because it differs from time to time who it can be. There doesn't seem to be any name that has already been put forth.
So
Can the king do it? The king used to appoint this person, and now the
really?
parliament does it themselves. Yeah, that was like the one technical task or technical influence the king still had, because he would be impartial, so he would be perfect to appoint a mediator.
He's not impartial, of course, he's a person, right? But
no, but the idea.
But even if he would appoint one person to start the formation, that's not exactly a direct.
No. It's not too direct, but still, I prefer the king being out of it together.
Yeah, I see where it comes from, but it actually might be quicker and sometimes even more.
Yeah, but the thing is, the person that he appointed would often be the same. Right? He would often appoint the person proposed by Parliament. Anyway, so like it wasn't really relevant. Does it matter too much? Not really. The mediator, like, they technically have influence, but in the end, it's the parties that need to hash it out anyway. And it's not like they can... Technically, they could have a positive influence. I wouldn't call the king impartial. That's true, because there's been debates about getting rid of his exception from income tax.
Debate. Kaladin, get a stadtholder? Well, in theory, the king is the stadtholder of the Netherlands, right?
No, that's no.
So,
no,
you know.
no.
I mean,
Not
he's
how any of that
any
works.
longer.
We should just get rid of him.
King.
I don't care about the king.
It's a bit weird. Maybe not get rid of him, but no longer pay him. If you can.
Oh
pay
yeah,
out
that would
of
be
his
fine
own
too.
pocket.
But he can just live out of his own.
He has a few millions, I'm sure, right? Or a few
Oh, he
hundreds
has
of millions.
plenty of
so
money.
He can pay out
Yes.
of his own pocket for that. And if he
Why
doesn't
did it
do anything
refresh?
for the state, why should you stay for him, right? I think
Down with the king indeed.
the
I
Swedes
didn't
and the
vote
Danes
for him.
and the English and so on, sure they pay for those, but at least they do certain ceremonial functions at least.
Yeah.
Down with the king. Well, Lord Dutching the third wants to be the next king.
I'll
That's
see.
why he wants to take the current one down. You see.
Here we have the really, really funny parties. Netherlands with a
What
plan.
is- What is
Together for
left?
it. Oh god, what does it stand for again?
Leave?
Left.
Is it-
No, left itself means like guile.
What? Like horny?
What? No, not mean like guile. I mean guile. It's an
You
English.
said Geil. Geil means
No,
horny in German.
No, I did. I know, but it doesn't. I said the English word guile, gall, whatever it is.
Clever.
Left means like Left is a beer brand. Left means like God. What would you translate it as? You could translate it as bravery, or like to
So brave to stand up against
sort of
the
yeah.
government.
If you would say, yeah, in English, it's translated as courage, or like spunk. That's kind of what you would translate
Yeah,
it as, I
but
guess.
Modcard, Tücke sounds slightly bad, so you probably wouldn't say it.
But yeah, they're a very small, very populist party. They're not very interesting. They
Wait,
the
how can you
lead-
small and populist? Did you mean populistic or?
No, you can be populist as a small party. You don't have to be big to be populist.
No, yeah, not populist, but you said populist.
Oh, I
populist.
didn't say popular. I meant populist.
Yeah, so I thought they are small but still popular. How does it match?
No, they're not popular at all.
Wait, is it a sports party?
What? No,
Party wie die Sport?
no.
No,
Maybe
not this one. The one like two below.
Oh, Partij van de Sport. Yeah, that's a sports party. I don't know what they do.
I haven't drunk enough to read this.
We have a political party for basic income. We have Party of Sport, the Libertarian Party, LEF, Together for the Netherlands with a Plan, Pirate Party, the Greens.
What was the last one here? Party Nie meer, Never Again.
Oh, niet meer deelnemende partij is no longer participating parties. So it's parties, because it's compared to last time.
Ah, okay, I see. Thanks. And basically 140k votes or 147k votes of these parties did now vote somewhere else, or at least did.
Yeah, they either didn't vote for anything or they voted for another party. Wasn't the one that wanted to rename the Netherlands to Duitsland? That would be a very old party. Duitsland is a thing from like World War II, before World War II even.
I mean, just name it Dutchland.
Is there a Dutch party that wants orange back on the flag? It wouldn't surprise me if FVD wants that. To go back to the Prinsenvlag. Yeah, go back to the Prinsenvlag.
And Ruud Gullit with his new king. That guy that spat on Rudy Voller. Hey, it's St. Kaladin. That doesn't look very Dutch.
That's the New York. That's the New York flag, I think.
Kaladin, explain yourself.
That's the New York flag, right? Or am I crazy?
Kaladin is a big.
Yeah, it's New York City. Yeah, that's the New York City because it's very Dutch. That's what it's from.
I mean, yeah, New Amsterdam, of course. You see, Caroline, as soon as it's called New Amsterdam again, I'm sure the Netherlands will be
Any day
having an
now.
orange flag again.
Any day now.
Yeah. Can't wait.
But yeah, it's gonna be very interesting times.
Is there any person besides Wilders actually that is seen as a, so not from the party, but as a person, as a populistic person maybe, or as a charismatic person that is seen
charismatic?
as a, I mean, as a person that's seen as, oh my god, there's a nice guy, right?
Wilders isn't seen as a nice
wished
guy.
for, I mean, not by everyone, but by his party, I guess he is, right?
But what do you mean? Like, do we need? Are there other?
Where people say, "Hey, it would be cool of these winning parties of the first 5 or so. This person should be PM."
Timmermans, the leader of GroenLinks, the second party, GroenLinks PvdA, the Workers' Green Party. Definitely, he's already a very big name in European politics. People definitely would see him lead the country.
He's what? The party is called the
It's the Green Left,
so,
the Workers' Green Party, basically.
A mixture of socialist and green ideas.
Yeah, so here's the fun thing. This party, these are separate parties technically, but they have a joint list, which is basically the last step before merging the parties.
Something like Bündnis 90 and Die Grüne in Germany before 1990s.
Exactly. So this is the same thing here. So they're technically still separate parties, but they will merge very likely in the near future. Those are the two people I would. Omtzigt could also be prime minister, but I think he is a bit wishy-washy on it because he's one of those, I don't want to be in the limelight, but I do want to have an impact.
I mean, from what he told us, he's very popular, but he doesn't have very clear ideas. So I guess he would be very happy to be the second person. Yeah, he doesn't have to be the person that is at fault for everything, but can be directly behind this person and say, "Hey, how about this?"
Yeah. So, I realistically, So you also have if we get this coalition, which is one that's proposed at the moment, I could see Isilgos, the leader of the VVD, becoming prime minister.
Although the PVV is part of that,
because it could be.
Yeah, but would Wilders even agree to that? To not be the prime minister?
It could be a requirement. It could be a demand that the VVD will not govern with PVV if Wilders is prime minister, and they say if you don't want it, we'll go do this. Create a more left-wing government. That's a deal they could make.
Sure, but do you really think Wilders would say or would come
down?
No,
I don't think.
I mean,
think
Wilders, from how I see him, right, from the outside of Netherlands, he seems to be a very proud person.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
he wouldn't want to.
If you tell to him, yes, you won, but you wouldn't be PM.
No, I don't think you're right there, Dutchington. I think he definitely wants to become prime minister.
Exactly, Dutchington, right? He didn't want to be. I don't think he would say, no, I won. I want to be this guy.
The thing is, in a week ago in politics, time is like a century ago. The fact that he gained 15 seats over what he polled 2 weeks ago means everything's changed.
I mean, we had a few not unique, but similar cases in Germany. For example, where was it? I think in Berlin or so? Or was it in Hesse? Unsure. There was some SPD person who basically won the vote, did pretty good, but wasn't able to get a coalition going. So she said, actually, you know what? I don't care. I just want to get a post, and basically sold her party out. And in the end, went into the so-called Grand Coalition with the CDU, sorry. And the CDU, however, is the majority in that case. Although she could have ruled without the CDU. And who knows? Maybe you say, yeah, okay, if we don't do it, if you don't want me to be PM, we just take 2/3 of all the posts, and I will be the
Yeah.
shadow minister or something like that. Maybe
No, but
you say,
that is something that could happen. Is that Wilders says, "Okay, I won't be prime
but
minister,"
do you
but
think Wilders would
then
actually
I
agree to that, or do you think
Wilders
he's too proud
isn't
for that?
Wilders isn't stupid. Wilders is a very smart politician.
Okay.
He knows what he's doing. He knows that he holds all the cards at the moment. Like maybe not all of maybe not all of them, but a lot of them.
So you could say he isn't absolutely proud. He's not like the prince of proudness or something like that.
No,
He can say, okay, I can see where the wind goes. We rather take more positions in the government or something like that instead of me being the PM, and I'm just being the actual behind the scenes.
I could see it happen that he would say, "I want a lot of cabinet positions if I don't become PM." Could definitely happen.
That would sound at first maybe better, right? But in the end, actually, it would mean it's worse because they got more power and overall.
What happened with Party for the Animal voters went to PvdA GroenLinks because strategic votes. Same with a lot of left-wing parties.
Would you have voted for them, Dutchington?
If I would have voted for PvdA GroenLinks myself if I didn't vote for
Really?
Volt. What? Yeah, of course. They're like
What are their ideas besides animals?
Oh, Party for the Animals. The Animal Party is weird. They're really weird. They were like semi-anti-EU for a while.
I mean, I thought we were talking about that because we were talking about.
Oh no, sorry, I wasn't talking about Partij voor de Dieren a second ago. Now I am. The Partij voor de Dieren is a really weird party because they have some really weird like anti-EU ideas, but they flip-flop a lot. They move around a ton. Where's the Party for the Cows? That's the Animal Party, my friend.
Did they at least flip around their position?
I think they're now pro-EU again, but I don't remember.
No. I mean, if you say they are for the animals, right, and they say, yeah, but the EU currently does this against us, so we're against them, and now the EU does things for the animals, we for them.
They're just
so.
I mean, so that party.
So that you could at least understand where they're coming from, you know.
I mean, they're just for animal welfare, and they're I don't know. It's a bit of a weird party. I honestly haven't looked too much into their policy because the moment that I saw they want to leave the EU, I was like, yeah, I don't need to care about anything else you say because it's all gonna be batshit insane anyway. And I would never vote for a party if they say we want to leave the EU. Like it's just never gonna happen.
I mean, you can say many things, but many things the EU does, not everything, but many things that the EU does actually is helpful for various things, right?
Oh, especially with regards to animal welfare as well.
Yeah,
but
I just want to say, not just animals, also for the land, the nature, for humans in general, there are various things that normally you would say, you would never do that because there's some populist party that's against it, right? And from the EU it comes in, yeah, doesn't matter. Stop your nitrogen. Stop your Amazonas eroding or whatever, right?
What?
What does eroding mean? Amazonas wood.
Oh, Amazon deforestation.
Deforestation, yeah, sorry. We have a word, it's called in German, it's called roden, which basically means just cut the wood down and do something else there. I'm sure there's a better word in English, but I can't remember it.
Yeah. Let's see, Wilders wants to leave the EU. No, he still wants to leave the EU. We just checked the party program. It still said they want to leave the EU.
I mean, I had read something similar in the German, maybe not even German, but I have a news feed on my app, right? I check it a few times a day, and a few days I read, yeah, he said that a few times ago, or very often, but that was before he actually saw how Brexit played out.
Yeah, so
and
it's like
he played down the rhetoric.
It's exactly, he played down the rhetoric. It's still in the party program. They would like to leave it, but they also know that it's very much not practically going to happen. That said, how do you do tactical voting in a proportional system? Because the largest party has the momentum and the initiative in forming a coalition. we also have, so many splintered left-wing parties that if you want, a unified bloc, you have to vote tactically.
Yeah, it looks very complicated in the Dutch voter system, right? It's a bit more easy in the German one. At least in the past, for example, it was mostly the CDU and the SPD that were the two big parties, and they decided who was going to be the chancellor, and who they selected as their coalition partners usually depended on the second votes. So it could be that you were selecting the SPD, even though maybe you would like to have the CDU, because your own party, for example, like the FDP or the Greens or whatnot, they would have a better chance if the SPD wasn't as strong, because then the CDU would pick you as their coalition partner.
And it's technically the same here, There were some debates about people there were discussions that the GroenLinks PvdA party would benefit here because people would be divided between the VVD and the PVV. And that might have actually happened were it not for the fact that suddenly Wilders got that big boost. Because then there was a chance that the GroenLinks PvdA would have had like maybe 28 seats. And that both PVV and VVD would be stuck around 25, 24. But that all got thrown out of the window because of the last minute debates and changes. Die Partij wants to leave the European for East Germany to leave the Bundesrepublik. That sounds good, actually. No, I would vote for Die Partij.
Die Partei is a clear protest party, right?
I know they're a joke party.
If I don't know what to vote, I just vote Die Partei. You can't do anything wrong in that case.
But yeah, so tactical voting definitely happened before as well. That was one of the ways that Rutte won one of the elections, is by basically playing up the fears for the PVV, for the Freedom Party, by saying, if you don't vote for me, Wilders will get into power, and that worked quite well. I know it worked on my parents, who are not that right wing. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen over the coming days and coming weeks. I'll definitely post more about it in Swamp German channel. But it won't have a big impact in the next year, but it might have a pretty big one in a few years after. It won't have an impact on me personally, but it definitely will have an impact on friends of mine and my partner at the moment as well. So,
are you fleeing the Netherlands?
I did get offers from Worm, like I can just come to Germany, and well,
I'm sure I can make a dungeon for you. Don't worry.
I can sleep on your couch again. Your cats can keep nibbling my feet.
You liked that, didn't you?
Yeah, that was kind of weird. Why won't it?
Sadly, they died, most of them.
Oh, that's very sad to hear.
Yeah, the orange one died due to heart failure. Sadly, it was very sad.
I'm actually.
And then I got two new babes, and one of them died due to car. Yeah. Also very sad.
Exactly. That's sad. Also, because like the German government's also been in crisis at the moment over some
spending
issues.
That's an amazing popcorn story. So basically, they had some extraordinary. No, what do you say?
No, it was leftover funds from the COVID money.
No. It was not exactly left over. It was repurposed, you could say.
Yeah. It was left. Yeah, it was left over in the allocated money for COVID funds.
Technically, it's different, right?
Technically different. So
you had some leftover money, and instead of giving it back into wherever else it was, or freeing up the debt, however you want to call that,
I'm not sure what
people decided. Yeah, but I mean, basically, there was money that was purposed for the Corona problems, right? And after Corona was over, this money was no longer accessible. Normally, that is. But someone said, hey, What if we never give that money free? If we say the credit we gave from that, we can use for something else. And everyone was, great idea, fantastic, that means it's free money. Of course, then someone called the court, and in the end it wasn't free money, it was trickery. And now the current German financial how do you say that? Financial
Like budget, you mean, or
planning budget, yeah, is no longer viable.
yeah? So they suddenly have to find 20 billion from nowhere to
20?
pay. I think wasn't it? Was it 60? It was some insane amount of money.
Number one, it was 60 for only that one that was called out. But in general, Germany has like 870 billion in special debt, whatever you want to call it, right? In total, it is like 35% of our GDP.
Yeah, but that's your total debt. That's not the deficit.
No. Only the special monies. So basically, we got our normal deficit, right? And we got special deficits.
Oh yeah, but like a lot of countries ran up.
That.
I know a lot of countries ran up special deficits during COVID.
But the problem is, it's not allowed in Germany.
Oh yeah, that was it, right? Yeah,
per our constitution. Yeah. And in these special debts that we have that are actually not allowed by constitution, we got like 850 billion in it, which is again roughly 1/3 of our GDP.
Yeah, but it wasn't an issue when the CSU was in power, and now now it is.
Now it's a bit. It depends. People tend to report how they want it, right? For example, I heard, yaha, but this one special budget that's part of that was actually done by the CSU. Yes, that's true, but that was in 2007, and the problem to use a special budget to full that was done in 2019, again under the Grand Coalition. So it's not exactly the same. It's a different.
No, but it's a complex mess.
It's complex, yes, but it's not like to say, yeah, the special fund was done 20 years ago, so they are at fault, and the funding for the special fund was done just now, so we are not at fault.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's political bullshit, you know.
Yeah.
In the end, it's very interesting what comes out of it.
I am very curious, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Finboy asked a question. Where was it?
What people working? Finboy asked for working girls.
No.
Finboy, calm down.
It was about why won't village policies impact me personally, because I am a white male who will probably be earning above average. That's why. That's the quick and dirty of it. That's why it won't impact me personally.
Why won't you stream more?
I want to go back to that. I just wasn't feeling great for a long time, but
that's fine.
No, I do want to get back into it. There's so much.
I would very much enjoy it, of course, because
I enjoy watching Neo so close to the end.
I enjoy watching you, but I was kind of missing the info why you were not streaming, you know.
Yeah, no, that's fair. No, it's just
I have no FF planned. In fact, not a single one. In fact, I got quite a few nice games planned. They're actually nice, not like lucky nice, but really nice.
I genuinely like Overlord's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you will enjoy MAX.
I'm
but
very
if you don't
curious.
enjoy it, if you don't, I mean, it's tough, but it's also very rewarding. It's
I've played tough games before.
It's a fun game. If you don't enjoy it, I have a few other games that might be easier to play too. So, but only if you feel up to it, of course. If you don't want to do it, it's fine.
I don't remember. No, it was back. It was
You got into Factorio, and Factorio killed you off.
No, that was more of a coping mechanism than anything else. No, that was because back in June, I was feeling real shit because work and a few other things.
Understandable.
And that kind of killed a lot of motivation to do a lot of things. And Factorio was kind of like my vice back then. It was like the only thing I did as well. But yeah, I've been like looking for what to get back into. But this is a good stream to start with again. It's pretty funny that the first stream in half a year is fucking politics, but it's the way.
I think it's very fitting actually, because
It
many
is.
people of us are kind of
Running.
political aligned or interested in, let's say, right?
Yeah, just a bit.
And many of us are not going crazy about it. They can discuss different viewpoints, which I find is very nice to have. And I think you bring these people together, Nitro, so kind of nice. Anyways, any other points you would like to add today?
I know
Was it-
Calvin asked a question, but I'm gonna get a
Calvin?
drink real quick, and I'll be BRB.
Would Nitro run for parliament? I mean, let's be honest here. I mean, we are like talking about for 4.2 hours right now, right? Or more. Nobody else is joining us in Discord, which is very mean for you guys.
Very rude.
Just in here.
Calvin, so if I wanted to run for parliament, I'm not sure. I enjoy policy. I'm not sure I would enjoy being member of a parliament. I would love to do the European Parliament. I think I would enjoy that.
Yeah, it's great money.
It's like 10K a month. It's insane. The actual pay for Euro parliamentarians is ridiculous.
Even in pension, yeah.
Are you a Dutch citizen? Yes. Is it a personal question? Yes, but I also very personal. The actual pay as a Euro parliamentarian is insane, but you have like the workload is ridiculous as well. So there's like it's not super.
Only if you work for real.
Yeah, but I would plan on working for real. Damn it.
Yeah, I mean we got a few people in the Paradox off-topic, I think, that actually work there, not as a not in the parliament directly, right? As someone that was voted in. But part of the bureaucratic staff.
support
and
staff.
They tell a few stories there, and you are like, oh my god, why? Why is it like this?
And I don't doubt it, because as an elected representative, you actually don't have to do jack shit. You don't want to leave the Netherlands?
No. Also like that, but not just like that. Also general things like what are additional payments that are expected for everyone. So you not only get 10k, you get certain amount of additional money paid for cars,
for transport,
for going to parties, because it's part of what you do, what you talk and so on, right?
It's you also get money to hire people, so it's like you get quite a bit of money, but it's the, on the one hand, going to events is part of your job, but if there are parties where the only thing you're doing is drink booze, arguably it's not really part of your job anymore.
I mean, you can do that on your own turn also, right?
Yeah, which you should, but
And what Pinboy says, wasn't that lady part of pretty high up even? I think it was some Greek lady that got deep into some corruption scandal, right? And I think she was pretty high up, not just someone, but leading something.
Could be. I don't remember the details, but I don't
remember the case, right?
For leading the Netherlands, that's a big question. I wouldn't mind joining Parliament here. The issue is that I want to do something proper, and the only way to do this is be part of a bigger party. Because I've talked to one of the members for Volt in National Parliament, and because they only have 2 members, you're so limited in your resources. You cannot join every committee or every meeting because you don't have the people.
But it gets even worse. To even get that high up to be eligible for parliament or something higher, right? You need to be you need to be quite a bit of internal politics, let's say.
Oh yeah, because
I want to say dirty, but it is brutal.
It's not easy.
In local politics, and when you hear about cutthroat and when you hear about corruption internally, that is all happening there. Only the
Oh,
people
yeah.
that play the political game in the party actually have a chance to be voted out of the party.
Yeah, but it's like if I wanted to, like, no matter what, do something politically, the easiest thing would to do be to do municipal politics, join one of the larger factions, like join the Greens here. I could get into Wageningen. It's not
How about
it's not easy, but it's not impossible.
a Bihal Putsch?
But what?
A Bihal Putsch. How's it called?
Oh, Jesus Christ! Be a put that. Not so sure about that. Yeah, you could join a big party to get in. Or like, I wouldn't mind joining the Greens either. But I prefer, like, my passion is Europe in that regard. So I would rather join the European part of Volt or of another bigger party, and then see if what I can do there. If I join the national party, I would probably actually switch to GroenLinks PvdA.
For me, that's completely understandable. I'm first a European, then I'm Franconian, then I'm German, then I'm Bavarian.
Yeah. I'm curious about Dutch politics.
It's like that for me.
If you're born in another country and then get a citizenship, can you run for office, and do the Dutch have any problems with that? There is no pushback against not being native Dutch. There we have quite a few immigrants in Dutch in our parliament as well. Like Denk is an immigrant party.
To be fair, though, it also depends on how your laws are, right? I mean,
if you're a Dutch citizen, it's fine. You can run for office.
Yeah, but
you don't need to be born here.
How long would it take for you? In the US, for example, I think if you want to be president, you need to be born in the US.
And to be old.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that also right. That's true. And also, I think if you want to be voted into anything else, you need to be at least accepted as living officially in the US or something like that, right? So you cannot be an illegal immigrant, and America has quite a few illegal immigrants. Right? I'm not sure how big the number is, but 10-15% I would easily believe.
Entirely sure. But regardless, for the Netherlands, the current leader of the VVD, Isildus, wasn't born in the Netherlands, and she can become prime minister. So you just need to be Dutch. There's of course, like, if you don't speak Dutch, it's gonna be fairly tough to get to really make it that high. There's no real pushback against that, aside from the parties. Like, of course, the racist parties don't want you there, but that's a different thing. But we don't care about if you're naturalized or neutral. It would take you around 5 years at least to be eligible for a passport. I think 5 years of residency here, or just marry a Dutch person. That also works. I think you still have to be here 5 years. Could you even be a citizen without speaking Dutch? I mean, technically no, because you would have to pass like an A2 exam of Dutch, but A2 Dutch is very easy. Like comparatively easy, and I'm not saying you have to be, but I'm saying it would make your life a hell of a lot easier if you want to make it in Dutch politics. If you're not actually Dutch, or sorry, not natively born Dutch, you need B2. Don't quote me on the A2. I'm not super duper sure, because I haven't looked into that, strangely enough. I heard from my partner that it is something like A2 or B1, something like that. What if I was born Belgian? Then we would hate you. If unironically, if your accent was too hard, that would be detrimental. I can't imagine voting for a non-English speaker. Exactly, right? Yeah, of course. No, of course. I fully agree with that said. Like, I wouldn't vote for someone who doesn't speak Dutch, because then you don't know the country. But I'm saying technically you can. You just have to pass an exam, and your Dutch can still be kind of garbage. But I don't think it's really ever a discussion. To be fair, I didn't watch much of the debates because I didn't have time, and I already knew who I was going to vote for. Because it could be that for Isielgos it was a point of debate. But yeah. Yeah, you're welcome, Mord. I'm gonna go sleep soon as well. I was up till like 2 a.m. yesterday. No, more. After fucking counting votes all day. Well, I didn't count any votes. I was the president of my office. I don't count votes. Cheers there, Kaladin. Yeah, I understand that said. Yeah. All right. I wish you a good night, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this sort of weird dive into Dutch politics.
It was very weird, but thank you for doing it. It was nice to have you.
You're welcome. All right.
I'm blaming the other guys for not joining.
Imagine not knowing enough about Dutch politics to join in. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I know exactly 0%. I still did join, right?
You know German politics is close enough. Basically the same thing.
Exactly. Soon, the Anschluss.
Yeah, aber natürlich. Anyway, good night, everyone, and thank you for watching.
Good night. Good fight.